Today we're going to play Pale Beyond. I've been looking at this game for quite a while. Definitely seemed like it was up my alley. I like these decision-making games. And this one seemed appropriate, given the current circumstances in the States. Everybody's stuck in their homes, for the most part. Cold weather. Okay, we're gonna play on... what are we on? Classic or normal? Normal. I'd seen a bit of this game. Oh, the air be so cold. Oh, the air be's cold. But flaking white as a sailor begs their pledge. Okay, you make a choice here already. I wonder what effect this has. Sailor's pledge, huh? Out in the ice, they'll stake a claim and carve a course ahead. Of homes they'll dream of warmth long lost and chase to frostworld's edge. A hunger draws the desperate here. It's one that can't be fed. What will you do when steel hearts break and courage does abscond? I'll leave these souls to help the gods out of the pale beyond. Crew wanted. Able-bodied crew wanted for dangerous expedition. Months of darkness, low wages, slim chance of safe return. Glory to be had in the event of success. Oh, where do I sign? Sounds really bad, actually. Dress or relief. Cannot read that signature. R something. RH something. You're all alone in the office. Tea in your hand has long since gone cold. It's perfectly adequate. Looking around the room, you can make out a collection of military books. On the desk is a ship in a bottle. Metronome ticks away steadily. It's insufferable. The constant chime begins to wear at the patience. Stop its infernal ticking. Attempt to stop the ticking. The needle breaks off. Pocket it. Quickly shove the needle into your pocket. It stops. Keep waiting. You hear footsteps climbing the stairs that brought you here. Oh, this is somebody else's stuff. It just broke. Remain standing. Door behind you swings open. Captain bound past you to the other side of the desk. You have all your teeth? Open mouth. Compare your teeth to the man. Good. You can never be too careful. Captain sits down. It's little things you can lose people to. I've not had scurvy before. If that's what you're asking. There's more things to worry about than just scurvy. How many people have died under your supervision? None. You're either perfect for the job, a liar, or you've never been in command. Which is it? The latter. Really? Command tests a person's mettle. Do you think you're ready? Is anyone really ready? Some more than others, it would seem. Please, take a seat. Thank you. Chair is uncomfortably large. The seat feels warm. And Captain Hunt. Pleasure's mine, Robin Shaw. He nods. A new desk. Which ship is that? Not this. Detailed, isn't she? Incredibly. An old sailor superstition. I hope you weren't waiting too long. It's fine. Been a lot of candidates. Some good, some bad. Interesting mix. Clearly understand the need for discretion. Months of darkness, low wages, slim chance of safe return. That didn't deter you, did it? Good work is hard to come by these days. Indeed. A venture like this, however, about more than just the money, isn't it? I have a few questions first. Next down is this list of questions. Were you born a landlubber or a sea dog? Sure, these will have some sort of effect later. I know I'd tell you, I've been all over. But I'm here now. Ah, Mutwash. Plenty of these joining. Myself included. Military experience? Sold the merchant lines, 12 years. Very good. What did you trade in? Anything we can get our hands on. You ever fired a weapon? Yes. Ever killed a man, directly or otherwise? No. Not married, are you? Of course not. Better not have a death wish. I must believe they'll return to justify leaving in the first place. Any less and you're doing yourself a disservice. We're here to find the ship and that bottle. Viscount. Heard of it? No, enlighten me. Clears his throat. 5 years ago, she set sail on a research expedition towards the Dead Peninsula. They were trying to find and study the absolute magnetic south. If they found it, I might have heard of them. She never came back. The last known location was 200 miles south of land, presumed lost to the ice. "5 years is a bit late for a rescue operation. They're probably dead. Well, ever not. Their research is supposedly of extreme importance." We're supposed to be chasing that research? Exactly. Going to need more than rumors about lost ships if I'm putting my life at risk. Naturally. Here's what we do know. Not one person or thing has been heard from the Viscount since it first left port. So we're chasing ghosts then? Maybe it's a myth, maybe it isn't. I can assure you the money is real. Those with more money than sense want that old ship. That's the job. If I don't pick the first mate, somebody else will, and, well, my judge of character's gotten me this far. Who's financing all this? The usual. Film and lecture rights have been sold, of course. We're in the process of signing off on a final benefactor for the expedition. They've even donated a ship. We'll be traveling on board the Temperance. She's a beauty. Greenwood. Generational. Not many like it left these days. Viscount and the Temperance. They're sister ships. Built together. Sent out into the sister world to die alone. Poetic. Indeed. I like to think one calls out for the other. The captain looks at the bottled ship. So what do you think? Sounds like you'll need all the help you can get. Oh well. Captain checks his watch. Anyway, I think I've heard enough. Captain stands up. We leave in a month. Welcome aboard, Sean. Proverbially, whoa, I can't say that word right now. Proverbially speaking. Proverbially speaking. Don't you need more info? Not if I'm a captain worth his salt. I work with people, not professions. I'd sooner trust a good carpenter with than a cruel sailor to save me from drowning. But alas, I'll see you on the Temperance. I have a good feeling about you, Shaw. Thank you, Captain. I broke your metronome earlier. Oh, don't worry. This is my office. Captain makes his way to the door, and you follow. You arrive at the docks a month to the day. Before you lies a ship. The letters on its side read Temperance. Walk the cobble to the boarding ramp. Beside is a sharply dressed man overseeing the loading of cargo. He turns to you with a stern expression. You can feel his eyes assessing you. He's unable to place you. May I have your name? I'm Robin Shaw. Oh, of course. That would make you the captain's choice for first mate, correct? I'm Mr. Templeton. I shall be operating as the chief science officer on this expedition. I am also the incumbent representative of our benefactor. Do, however, consider myself and my team at you and the captain's disposal. What do you specialize in? Applied botany. Not much use for a botanist on the ice, is there? Templeton glares at you. I assure you I am well equipped in all matters scientific. No doubt I needn't inform you of your duties. You're second only to Captain Hunt himself. I must warn you that you have quite the task ahead. The rabble I've spent the afternoon sorting are the same that you'll have to whip into shape. Punctuality, schedule, and strict adherence is what we need if this expedition is to succeed. I expect you to be the organized sort. You would not have been assigned the role otherwise. Time, date, temperature. I doubt there will be much issue. We can only hope. But your role is more strenuous than it would first seem. Let me know when you're ready to depart. The less valuable time we waste here, the better. City, a young man, with temperance. Ah. Young man stands at the ramp, steeling himself for the journey ahead. Hesitantly, he begins to drag his feet up the ramp and onto the ship. Okay. You'll be gone for quite a while. It'll be some time before you see the city again. Okay, I guess we're just looking. I guess that's what the eye means. His description of the ship was accurate. Near identical to the Viscount, barring some modern additions. Set sail. Week 1 on the Temperance. It's been a month. Turn it down a little. It's a little loud. The hunger draws the desperate here. It's one that can't be fed. What will you do when steel hearts break and courage just abscond? I'll lead these souls, so help me God. Out of the pale beyond. First Mate Shaw. Personal log. It's been 1 month since I signed on, and 1 week since we've set sail aboard the Temperance. I'm told the waters will get warmer as we pass the hemisphere before they turn colder. Captain Hunt has mostly kept to his quarters so far. sure somebody's gonna be reading my log later. I trust the captain. Captain seems a trustworthy sort. Experience alone justifies his position. There aren't many who make out the other end of naval military service with all their limbs, let alone his vigor. He's not telling the whole truth. Can't shake the feeling that he's not telling the whole truth. Perhaps I'm too quick to judge. The Temperance. Never been on a ship like this before. She's magnificent. Technical marvel. Elegant machinery expertly weaved through one of the fastest hardwood ships of its day. Reborn with this mission. Breathing again with life. She's simply magnificent. Who's paying for this? Can't help but wonder who's footing the bill for all this. Certainly not the captain. Such exquisite modifications to the ship mustn't have come cheap. I should investigate further. As for the rest of the crew, there are now 22 of us, including the captain. Our next port will be our last before we enter the ice, to pick up the remaining 4 members of the crew, the scouting team. Hunt is also keen to work out a deal on a pack of sledding dogs. I've sailed with worse. Came across all kinds trading with merchants, but rarely this split. One of Hunt's sailors approaches. Captain wants you at the helm. Good, I want to see him. He leaves. Bone's Nest currently stands unoccupied. Scouting team are expected to join at the next port. Forecastle door appears to be locked. But the captain's cabin is as well. Yeah, the door at Hunt's cabin is shut tight. Captain himself is busy at the helm. You ascend the stairs to the stern. Find the old captain manning the helm of the ship. Oh, Robin. Lovely day for it, isn't it? Don't you have a helmsman to do that for you? Of course I do, but it's good to keep the old skills sharp. Never know when you're going to have to get your hands dirty. He thinks for a moment before stepping aside and stretching out a wrinkled hand. Did you ever take the helm in the merchant navy? Or were you stuck carrying crates? Here, why don't you have a try? Grip the wheel. Grip the wheel of the ship and feel the weight of the waves in your arms. And your muscles rear themselves as you begin to move in time, ship and the wind. Easy. There, you have it. Captain pats you on the back. Fantastic. Try to get a sense of where we are. Get some perspective. Peaceful, isn't it? Panning and zooming speeds can be adjusted in the settings menu. Takes the wheel back from you. I think I'll drink the morning in a little longer. Would you mind preparing my quarters for the day's work? There's much to do. Tub. Pristine furnished tub secured to the floor. A luxury to be had on the ice. Classical painting depicting sailors doing battle with the Kraken. An ode to an old folk story known to all Captain Seamus. Or was it Hamish? At a desk you make out a variety of papers, notes, and maps, as well as a sealed letter with a stamp you recognize as the mark of Apperton Tinning Co. Your desk itself is suspended with ropes to keep it safely in place. Make requests. Take a seat at the end of the room. Captain joins you. Now let's run through our provisions before taking requests. To start, there's 23 souls signed on to this expedition, ourselves included. That's 16 free to be assigned to tasks if they aren't already busy. The rest are deployed to their permanent stations. You're only able to deploy crew who you have discovered. They must be in good health and not otherwise deployed to another post. We'll be picking up the scouting crew at the next port. A lot of us also seem to be in good spirits. The expedition will end tearing itself apart if you end the week with no decorum left. Leave enough provisions for at least 6 months in case of emergency. Cannot afford the minimum food ration at the end of the week. Crew will become malnourished. Unless cured, the malnourished status will develop into scurvy, a severe status effect that prevents crew from working, eventually killing them at the end of the week. More than enough fuel to see us there and back again. Colder temperatures will increase the minimum fuel required at the end of the week. If you cannot afford the minimum fuel, crew will become freezing. Unless cured, the freezing status will develop into frostbite, a severe status effect that prevents crew from working, eventually killing them at the end of the week. Sledding dogs, well, they're still a matter of negotiation. Dogs may need to send sledding teams out to gather resources on the ice. Sending hunts out further requires a greater amount of dogs that will rest and become available between the weeks. Now on to work. Okay. We're down. Have you agreed on my conditions? To the point, eh? Oh, this is Lady Cordell. Cordell here is to provide us with a kennel of hounds for the sleds. And our agreement was that she would train them up until we part ways at the nearest islands, but you neglected to inform me that you were bringing my dogs through the Pale Passage. I had no intention of sending the pack to its death. Seem to have good faith in this expedition. It's one thing to ask for my whole kennel, it's another to drag them into the ice to chase a myth. Never before has a buyer been so dishonest. And never before has a seller made such strong demands. What exactly are these demands? She demands we allow her to come along on the expedition. as a member of the crew. None of this ship have the experience and familiarity with these dogs that I possess. If you are taking them to such a brutal location, they will need me to guide them if they have any chance of survival. The humans on board too, of course. Of course. You can see my dilemma, Shaw. Bringing on another member of the crew is a risk, but our hands may be tied. Your thoughts? I don't see the harm in having an expert on the sled dogs. A good point, Shaw. He turns to her. This deal is already to your benefit. Do you have anyone on board with extensive training in the management and ruling of dogs? Your sleds are useless if you can't control the dogs efficiently enough to haul them. I would like to ensure my dogs are treated properly. Welcome aboard, Cordell. Your knowledge should prove valuable. Invaluable. I'll have a room prepared for you below deck. No need. You'll find me in the forecastle with the dogs. She leaves. No, but not make a mistake, Shaw. 14 available dogs. Alright, a sailor enters. Found a stowaway in the lower hold. Bring them in. Another sailor enters leading a young man by their side. No, you're not the first stowaway I've had. Captain studies them further. You know where we're headed, don't you? I do, sir. The ice. Did you know that before you climbed inside that crate? Did, sir. Huh. How old are you? You're hardly a useful pair of hands. Not true. I can pull my weight, sir. Do you know your jib boom from your bowsprit? I do. I learned it all from my da. Your da? He's Ward's son. Followed him on board back in the city. What should we do with him, Captain? Well, Shaw. I'll eyes you up. Your first mate, what should we do with him? This one's tricky. I mean, ultimately, it's probably our call, but I'm sure the parent may or may not appreciate it. Especially when this inevitably turns into a, harsh mission. And it's an extra person to feed, but it might also be an extra hand we can use. Let's see, let's move this. I just now realized that's... hold up. I just now realized my head's in the way of the, There it goes. It wouldn't let me move it for some reason. Okay, where do I want to put this that's out of the way? Problem is, anywhere it could be in the way. We'll put it here for now. We'll see how long the dialogue gets and whether this is the end of it and it goes down to the next line. I wasn't paying attention until just now. Okay. So, I mean, they're still away. They're not supposed to be here, obviously. Your decision to make, not mine. Alright, but I would like to hear your opinion. What sort of captain would I be if I didn't accept consultation? I'd keep them aboard. Hunt squints. Why? Hmm. Clearly here because his father is. It would be wrong to separate them again. Alright, boy, consider yourself part of the crew. Be sure to keep your nose clean and follow orders. Oh well, thank you, sir. Captain, not sir. Hi, Captain. Stowaway joins the two sailors below deck, now a member of the crew. Well, it seems the litter has a new runt. I hope the rest won't mind sharing their rations. See, that's going to be the problem. It's going to be more ration usage, but hopefully he makes up for it and work. Love the father. Ooh. They would not be happy about that. Split their pay and their rations. I doubt he intended for this to happen. We'll keep an eye on both. Eye on them both. I suppose you're right. Well, that matter's sorted. Finish your quest. Now that that's all settled, I have one more errand for you to run. Could you grab the Stoke brothers and order them to meet me up deck after dinner? Hefty lads, red hair. You couldn't mistake them for another. An urgent matter? Not at all. Nothing you should concern yourself with. They'll be down on the middle deck. In the meantime, you should grab a copy of the crew manifest and get acquainted with more of the crew. Going to figure balancing on the mast. On closer inspection, make out the ship's photographer, Kasha Belford. Balanced on the ship's mast with her camera, lining up a photo. Wait for her to finish. Snapping a shot, she clambers down, only noticing you on her landing. Oh, Officer Shaw. It's about time I met the first officer of this ship. Kasha Belford. Nice to meet you, Kasha. Suppose there was some sort of rule against what I was doing up there. Deepest apologies, but sometimes there's a shot you just cannot pass up. Accomplished photographer Kasha Belford won the Vintler Prize, the highest honor in journalism for her work covering plague outbreaks and riots in the capital. It came as a surprise to many that such a reputable journalist would take such an interest in this expedition. There was scarcely any chance of Hunt or the benefactor turning her away. Expected someone of her accolade to be older, more experienced. This is likely her first time on the sea like this. He's not prepared for this. That much is obvious. Cold game. Picture that as a header. For the piece on this voyage. Trying to come up with a snappy name. Nobody will read it if the title sounds like the work of an amateur. Not the creative type. I'm sure you'd know better. Kasha tilts her head and grits her teeth, holding an inner debate with herself. Maybe not. How about Hunt's Incredible Voyage? Too fantastical? I suppose I'll find the right name when the time comes. Getting ahead of myself, aren't I? Apologies. Just a little excited. I've never been on a voyage like this. I suppose in your experience the open ocean is the home of the mundane. I suppose you never traveled this far south on the merchant line. You know who I am? Of course. I thoroughly researched the crew of the Temperance. It may seem somewhat excessive, but I feel it's necessary for a proper chronicling. That and plenty of pictures. Don't worry, Shaw. You don't have a reputation that sets you apart from the rest. A celebrity like Kurt Darling's presence will dwarf any rumors that could form around you. That reminds me, he'll be joining us at next port. I should get his picture at some point. Kasha holds up her camera with a sense of pride before holding it up to her face. Stand still, Shaw. Captain sent me to grab a copy of the manifest. Oh, yes. I'm putting together a manifest of the crew for you. She hands you an annotated document. Here it is, the crew manifest. Joseph Joe Green, Sailor Ice Savvy, Killian Smurf Sanders, Unicorn Sparrow, Sailor Stowaway Saltborn. Oh, okay. I was wondering how to make that go away. Shape was not the way, apparently. A work in progress. The scout team are to join us at the next port, and the captain's forbidden me from the boiler room. If you could ask the others to get their portraits taken, I'd be very grateful. Don't want to leave anyone out. Let's see what I can do. I'll not disturb you of your work any further, officer. I have a few more shots I want to get before the sun lowers anyhow. Safe shots, officer, don't worry. You leave her to her work. Oh yeah, now my head's gonna be in the way of the time and date thing. Man, I have no idea where to put it. Where's the best place to put it? If that works better. Okay. True Johns. Spot a large man with a youthful gait, carrying a heavy crate over his shoulder with relative ease. Oh, you're Officer Shaw. Give you a bright, warming smile. True Johns. That's what they call me. Sure you'll get your nickname later. True Johns attempts to offer a handshake, but loses control of the crate. He struggles before firmly holding it in place with both hands. Maybe later. Work awaits. John added to the manifest. What castle? Still appears to be locked. You hear the kennel master preparing the room inside. Nothing in here. Descend below deck. Okay. Descend to the mid deck. Approach the cook. Find yourself almost knocking over a man carrying a heavy pot. Careful, careful. Almost got drenched in broth. Apologies, I'm in a rush on the quest for Hunt. Hunt? Is there an issue with the ship? No, he just wanted me to find the Stoke brothers for a meeting. Not surprised. Those two are the only ones who know what's going on aboard this bloody ship. Hear a roar from the other side of the door. Oi, what's holding you up? Cook shakes his head with a smile and chuckles slightly to himself. He grabs the large pot, preparing to make his way to the hungry crew before turning his head to you. If you don't mind, could you carry this tray of biscuits behind me? Carry the tray. Grab the plate and follow the cook out the door and to the table where the crew are waiting with bated breath. Upon the cook's arrival, the sailors let out a rowdy cheer. The ship's cook placing the broth upon the table. Trust me, fellas, this one's worth the wait. Cook speaks with a tone of pride as he ladles the broth into the bowls of the crew. Boy, one at a time, you animals. Ward, you're awfully handsy for only one arm. Ah, piss off, Junior. Got some bread here, too. Grab it fast before Tucker beats you to it. Crew laughs, and are merry as Junior guides you back through the kitchen. We weren't properly introduced. Bob and Shaw, right? I've been keeping track of all the new crew. Joined Stokes, but nobody calls me that. You hear them all call me Junior. You should do the same. No idea why Hunt picked someone he's never worked with as first mate. But you seem the helpful sort. Glad to have you aboard. You seem popular. Well, you know what they say about the hand that feeds. Besides, half the crew I've known for years. You don't spend that much time on a ship with folks without learning all about them. You've been traveling with Hunt long? My brother and I are among Hunt's most tenured crew. It's not often he'll hire outsiders, but I suppose this job is too big for just the usual suspects. Why Junior? Simple nickname. My older brother is in the crew, hence Junior. Not very interesting, I know, but it is what it is. Is your brother around, Brimley? Ah, of course. I take that to mean Hunt is on the look for us. Don't you worry about it, I'll grab Brimley. Guess there's nothing else for now. Call the crew for dinner. Thought I was going to be going around meeting all the crew, but maybe I'll meet them all here. The crew have their meal. It passes in relative silence. Crew return to their posts. The hammocks are unfurled in preparation for the evening. Twilight falls. The dinner table. Over dinner, you hear the newly picked up stowaway speaking with a one-armed man. But you're lucky Hunt didn't throw you overboard. Half a mind to do that myself. Come on, I'm here to help. Better know that involves work. Don't expect special treatment. I won't. You're an impossible child, Timmy. Doug and Timmy Ward, okay. Runt. His nickname is just Runsta, huh? Alright then. Okay. Cabin. Open your journal. Templeton, the ocean. I guess that is what is like your objective. So I guess I should save that for last, just in case I can't go back to these other things. You look over the railing, out to the ocean, a wisp of smoke flies past your face. Turn to examine a spot, and spot a sailor with a pipe in his mouth and a sheet of paper in his hand, overlooking the stirring waters. Smoking sailor. Looking at something? Any spare tobacco? I don't share. Tashi. After introducing himself, Tashi falls silent and begins to read the letter. Trying to draw conversation from it may be similar to extracting teeth. Ern Tashi Sheridan. Sailor Saltborn. The door to Hunt's cabin is shut tight. Cap himself is turned in for the evening. Okay. Okay. Spot Templeton, looking out into the sunset. As you approach, he turns to you and nods. Oh, Officer Shaw. It'll be some time before we see a sunset such as this again. Light distribution towards the South Pole is quite the change. What did you want at dinner with the others? I prefer to eat in solitude. I have my own cabin, and I make use of it. Templeton keeps his focus on the reflection of the setting sun over the stirring waters of the ocean. There is great expectation from us, officer. Are you feeling the pressure, Mr. Templeton? Cannot afford to. We'll have to keep our focus. Templeton looks down, catching his reflection in the ocean's surface. He looks back up at the sunset. Quite the sight, but I wouldn't linger upon it too long. We should retire for the evening. It's important the first officer be well rested. Hold E to advance to the next week. Okay. Hold it and then press it, I guess? Feels... Huh. I have no control. Oh, I was about to say I have no control over the rations. Yeah, no food right off the bat. And I said losing this becomes a problem. Decorum. Huh. I don't know if I should be rationing already. I guess we'll just go with it. Minus 50 food and fuel. Makes us last port at Orca Island. Cordell's sledding dogs are picked up. The scouting Crew and Kurt Darling are picked up. The days are getting brighter as you move further south. Two on the Temperance. Rap on your cabin door. Come in. Door swings open to reveal Kurt Darling, all but filling its frame, grinning ear to ear. There you are, Officer Shaw. Ship's navigator is a difficult man to miss. Stature and reputation precede him. Adorned with a slew of apparatus, this seemingly one-man expedition will be known to anyone following the heyday of exploration, and the merchandising that followed. It's an honor. Really. Wealth of invaluable experience in such a hostile environment, so wonder he's not been swept up to some other post. Hiding away from the rest of us, are you? Are you always this early to rise? These days I tend to enjoy a good lie, but not during an expedition. You know what they say of early birds and worms. Apologies for not stopping by sooner, Shaw. It took a while to set up my team. A great deal of the crew were quite eager to meet me. That's right, you're something of a celebrity, aren't you? That's right. I take that to mean you haven't heard of me before? Well, that is a pleasant surprise. There aren't many who haven't seen my films, particularly in this line of work. More than one fellow on this crew said my work inspired them to explore the world. Quite the honor, is it not? Certain you receive that praise often. Not as often as you would think. I suppose I did get distracted, didn't I? Anyway, I was hoping you'd join me up on deck. Of course, but why? Finally entered the pack. I thought you'd want to see it for yourself. I'll be right behind you, Kurt. Kurt turns to walk away before turning back. Oh, and enjoy your morning. It's a good day, Shaw. He leaves. Okay. Two. Okay, yeah, this is what we already read that. His office. The doctor's office remains locked. Even the good doctor isn't in. Perhaps enjoying his sleep. You are yet to come across the ship's doctor even after all this time. Many of the crew are still fast asleep, lying in hammocks. Best not to disturb them, Shaw. You don't want to find yourself dealing with an abruptly woken sailor. Let us head up deck. The sound of snoring are rather obnoxious. The helm. At the stern you notice this old sailor at the helm. The old man takes in a deep breath in the cold air before letting out a satisfied exhale. Morning. And a good morning to you. He eyes you up. Officer Shaw, right? Lefty. Call me that on account of, well, should be obvious. He chuckles. Don't Sorry about the bad sight. This is all feel. Just keeping her steady. He examined you. Surprised Hunt picked from outside for his first mate. I'm surprised as well. He seems the insular type. He is. It must be something special for Hunt to look outside the ranks. Got the experience at least. Merchant Navy's quieter though. Mornings like these are about the only peace I get from the younger lot. You should take these moments when you can. Lefty returns his attention to the helm. As you get older, I suppose you learn to value the quiet moments, eh? Let us hope we're just as diligent when we're old and gray. Myself before you, of course. You incurred at the bow. You incurred at the bow of the ship. We'll feel the temperance break that flows below you. Gripping the railing, he draws an enormous breath. Footing beneath rises as the ship mounts in impeding ice flow. There's a moment's hesitation before a profound crack relieves the ship, cascading across the ice. He exhales. See? Nothing else like it. You weren't wrong. It's something, alright. Look at the ice. No two cracks are the same. All caused by us. Why the laws of nature of this place wants us dead. And yet, here we are, traversing in harmony. How fantastic is that? How far are we from land? About a week's sail from the last known location of the old Viscount. Assuming she isn't exactly where they left her, we can't take smooth sailing for granted. Same goes for this daylight. It won't remain this bright for so long once winter encroaches. Beautiful as the ice is, on this course it's going to get thicker. He looks out across the white. We won't be so confident when the leads dry up and we're stuck here till the next cycle. We need to change course, avoid the pack. Have you informed Captain Hunt? He won't listen to me. Thinks I've been dulled by retirement. I've probably seen more ice than he has whiskey. We have enough supplies if it comes to that. It's also supplies I'd be worried about in that situation. People will turn on each other before they let themselves starve. Have you ever experienced the long night winter? It's not pleasant to say the least. Can't say that I have. We're only as good as the unhappiest man, Robin. do what I can. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Kurt nods and turns back to look across the ice. Still nothing else we can do. Okay. Oh, Shaw. Ready for another day of work? To hear Kurt's advice, he wants us to switch course. He had a few words to share. He may have been an expert in his time, but these days Kurt is one with more money than sense. Anyway, back to work. I was hoping you'd help me work through a few more requests from the crew. You may have noticed the line pulling up outside. Everyone wants something, it seems. Call them in as you please. Hammond. Short, sour-faced man, engineer in clothing, approaches. Are you acting daft, Hunt? Not with intention. Not bloody surprised you didn't notice. Shaw, this is our chief engineer, Clive Hammond. An opinionated one. What is it, Hammond? You've hit the ice, and you haven't assigned any extra men down on the boiler. You have your engineering team. And we've only got 6 arms between us. I need more manpower maintaining this. Sailors. Many of the crew have their own tasks they're busy with. I know I've already assigned Smurf on the matter. Captain turns to you. What do you think is fair? 1, 3, more. Of the crew manifest to choose how many crew you wish to assign. And forces require you to assign from your manifest. In this choice, you may choose the amount to assign. Oop. Okay, so I guess I have a choice of any of these. What it seems. Other than this guy. If I need any of these for another task, though, I'm gonna be out of luck. Take Tashi, True Johns, and Corbin. Surely that's a generous amount. We'll see about that. Let's hope. Can't spare any more, I'm afraid. The engineer holds his tongue. Fine. He leaves. A good spirit, that one. Beneath the oil and the temper. You won't be seeing much of him, though. Prefers to burrow himself into the boiler room. Captain, Shaw. Thought occurred to me the other day while looking through the crew manifest, and, well, it might be too late for this now that we've already entered the ice. How with it? I thought it'd be good to have individual photos of the full crew. For your report? Only in my report to be a good reference for the manifest, put faces to the names. Much of this crew have served me for years. Some decades. I have little problem putting faces to the names. Your thoughts, Shaw? It's a good idea. If nothing else, it would make for a great good souvenir. Sentimental of this expedition, are you? Some proper photographs will have some historical weight to it. Well, Belford, I see no problem there. I'll arrange for the pictures to be taken before the crew have their dinner. Thank you, Captain Shaw. In the meantime, I'll attempt to get as many individual crew photos as I can. You're still welcome to help on that matter, Officer Shaw. She departs satisfied. Corbett enters the office. Hunt, you asked for a report on how the stowaway was doing? Aye. I wanted to see if the young boy has been settling in well. He has indeed. Means another mouth to feed, but the boy works hard and doesn't ask much. He has his daughter to guide him as well. I'm sure the boy's father is ecstatic. Worried sick, but happy-eyed. Well, what do you know, Shaw? Perhaps we were right to keep the boy on board. She leaves. Finish your quests, okay? I get to assign for any other tasks? Good to have all that settled then. Perhaps we shouldn't rule out old Kurt so easily. The man thinks there could be an alternate path through the ice. He's free to search for it. Shaw, meet with him when you have the time. Changing course or not, we'll want one of his scouts set up in the crow's nest. Take care of that. Then you'll be done for the day. Looks the sick young man. Seasick. You spot a youthful-looking man leaning over the side of the ship. His head slumped as he looks into the icy pool below. It appears he's been visited by a spot of seasickness. You okay? Speak out, and the sickly man doesn't answer. He raises his head and turns to spot you, his eyes widening in shock as he does. A bespectacled young man, shaking with unease. He stares at you for a brief moment, a look of shame plastered upon his face. Sorry. I haven't seen you around. Who are you? Ah, I'm very sorry. Arthur turns around and hurriedly runs in the opposite direction, avoiding your gaze. Okay. Hooded sailor. You spot a suspicious-looking sailor emerge from the pantry. Hooded sailor spots you, keeping their hands firmly in their pockets. Not what it looks like, Officer Shaw. It's like, call me gnomes. I'm not thieving anything. I hadn't considered that, but now... Can I protest too much then? No worries, I was just setting up a practical joke. And what is this practical joke? Not going to spoil the surprise. Not at your expense, if that's your concern. Have to get some enjoyment around here, don't you think? Their mysterious trap set. Gnomes scurries off to the upper decks to return to work. Skylar Fleck. Pumps in the pantry. Nothing here for now. Pantry. Oh, near the pantry, a bag of flour drops on your head, scattering all over your officer's uniform. The hell was that? No. Wipe the flour off before you continue. Tin food. Lift a crate of tins from the shelves. Spots accordionist. He spots you and ceases his playing. Need something? Grimly, aren't you? Or Grimly? Man grunts. Grimly Stowe. I'm the ship's carpenter. There's accordion. Do you mind if I see? He takes a step back as you approach. You can see from there, no touching. And your Junior's brother? Junior? Oh, you're Shaw. Junior mentioned you. A positive or negative light? Asking me so. Won't keep you from your work. Don't keep me from my break. Now one step ahead of me. If we add those tins to the hoosh, we should be good for dinner. Got anything for the hoosh? The hoosh pot. Alright. Listen. You overhear two of the newly arrived scouting crew talking. Ah, Quilsy. Having trouble settling in? Not too bad. Can't wait for a chance to sleep, though. Proper navigator never rests until their work is done. Of course, of course. I take it you had no issue settling in? Not at all. Well, Kurt certainly caught their attention. Huh. Do you think any of them would mistake Kurt and myself? I think you'd collapse from joy if they did. Huh. Perhaps. Okay. While examining the rigging of the ship, your eyes notice a figure darting by, climbing on the ropes with ease. The figure lands on their feet before dusting themselves off. Their outfit denotes one of Kurt's scouting crew. Ah, no problems. He looks at you. And you are? Officer Shaw. Yourself? Click. I'm one of Kurt's crew. Don't worry about my safety. I know what I'm doing, trust me. Kurt doesn't just hire anyone. Well, he didn't hire me for no reason. Got the medals in gymnastics if you're worried about my credentials. Click jumps up and returns to scaling the rigging of the ship. I've met the engineers, the scientists, and one of the specialists. Speak to the navigator. Send me up there, I'll get you a reading. Scientist eyes the man's cane and turns to you. I believe the navigator means you to send one of his scouts. The navigator clears his throat and taps his cane. Of course. Find one of mine, they'll get us a reading rightly. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, we're gonna have to adjust that because it's way too hard to do. Zooming speed. Why? I guess I could just pan, but alright. Scout from the crow's nest. From your orders. I ascend to the nest and take a reading with the sextant. All clear from up top. Last port you made where you picked up Kurt and the scouting team from. The last known location of the Viscount, your destination. Huh. Acts like I can still do something in there. We need fed for the week. I had to try. See if I could do something funny like that. Crew for dinner. Crew have their meal. Oh, shall we toast to the ice? Hi. The days get longer, but dinner's fixed. It will see us through the long days and the darkest nights. Crew returns to their posts. The hammocks are unfurled in preparation for the evening. Can't help but notice that it's still bright light outside. There's two sailors passing by from the dinner table. An inebriated sailor on wobbling legs, leaning on the shoulder of another. Ah, good times, good times. You need to learn to handle your drink, Tucker. Ah, but I'm fine. My mates can carry me, eh, Cavity? They can also drop you. Have two Johns carry you next time. Are you asleep? Shit. Knock on the door, no response. You'll hear two engineers chatting above deck, or rather, you'll hear one engineer speaking with another. Don't know how the chief could stay down there all evening. Ever seen Mr. Hammond eat? I haven't. Maybe he doesn't even eat. Man's not human if he can work all day and night on that boiler. Probably doesn't sleep either. He probably sleeps. I think it's figurative. Right. Captain's turned in for the evening. Approach the dogs. The dogs regard her with rapt attention as she paces between them, bowl in hand. Waller just joins her side as you approach. Try some. Try the soup. Nearly burn your mouth on the hot broth. Surprisingly tasty. Surprisingly palatable. You feel yourself warming up. You seem to enjoy it. I'm afraid there's only so much. If you want more, it will be among the dog's leftovers. Penguins, some blubber, fats and proteins, fastest way to hydrate them. Is there something you needed? Where did they come from? Hard to tell the exact breeds at this point. They belong here more than we do. Unlike us, they need the ice. It cools them through their paws as they run. They'd overheat otherwise. Who's that beside you? This is Stanberry. Been on the ice for a long time. Long time, yes. Strong animal. Very. They handle stress differently, adapt quickly. There's plenty to be learned from them. You love these animals. They need me. And you'll need them. That Stanberry. Reveal its head. It tries to lick the broth from your fingers. Still no response. You can hear the sound of rustling inside. After knocking on the door several times, it finally swings open and reveal one Templeton science team. Yes? You require my presence? I'm acquainting myself with the crew. Who are you? You should know. I am the meteorologist of this expedition. Andre Isaac. If I'm not required for anything, I would ask not to be disturbed any further. Alright. Oh, we don't have enough. That's why I went straight to half rations for fuel. I see. Rations. Lost 10 decorum. Another week passes. The temperance has finally entered the thick ice leads. The days grow even brighter. Was that about enough fuel for a trip there and back? Doesn't seem that way. Okay. Got its head. Here off its fur. Jiggle behind the ears. Make requests. Captain Hunt appears to be absent. His chair is unoccupied. Wait for Captain Hunt. The whole room shudders. problem? What the? I was worried about this. Look at that ice. We could be trapped for a while. Strong pressures. As if we didn't have enough to bother. Oh, no need mucking around. Let's get to work. Where's Hunt? I'll grab him. I'm sure he felt it too. Shaw, check the boiler room. Sure, the moleman has problems of his own. Not to worry, everyone. He'll be free and moving again before you know it. Back to work. Or not. Mr. Shaw, what happened? Ship's come to a stop. Almost flung my camera into the wall. We didn't hear anything, did we? Trapped in some ice. We'll need to break loose to get moving again. Well, let's hope we can do that sooner rather than later. Trapped in the ice, though, that would make for a good photograph. Probably should have told her not to do anything. Hopefully she doesn't get left behind from that. Grabbing every chance I get. Every opportunity they give me to take it. Boiler room, coal bunker. Firmly. Ship stuck then. You're looking for Hunt, you just missed him. We didn't cross paths. Don't ask me. I'm going to check with my brother. Focus the 2 men. Hi. If I'd made any errors, I'd tell you. It's secured, don't worry. They notice you. Am I interrupting? Not any more than he's interrupting my work. I am ensuring that the boiler was not damaged in the sudden commotion. And I told you that if it was, you'd already know. I'm not in the business of making mistakes. I know that if the furnace goes, we go down with it. Yes, but you're only one man, with just a pair of engineers as assistants. Just looking at the number of valves, this seems far too much for you to handle. Maybe your bloody benefactor should have considered that. You've gotten used to it by now. It will hold, trust me. I will, well, I will have to, won't I? I don't fancy staying on this ship any longer than necessary. It's imperative we break free from the ice as quick as possible. Hammond eyes you. A grimace on his face. First mate's here. Where's the one who got us into this mess? Who got us into this bloody mess? He's a difficult one to find. Indeed he is. I have suspicion as to where he may be now. On a ship, an unmoving one at that. A man cannot simply disappear. If he's anywhere, he must be in his cabin. When you find the man, give him an earful on my behalf. Can't do it myself, too busy keeping us alive. Templeton gives a nod. I believe you. And I both owe you our good captain. I believe you and I both owe our good captain a visit, Shaw. But you should call the crew for dinner first. Routine is important, especially now. Not before we bed this furnace. Mind grabbing some coal for the bunker, Shaw? Or are you afraid of dirty hands like Mr. Templeton over here? Coal goes in, we stay alive. Really, it's that simple. Feed the furnace. Can't grab any to spare. You emerge mid-deck to find the crew readying themselves for dinner despite the ice. Some seem nervous, others as if nothing has changed at all. Okay. Anything else we need to do here? Map. Last notification of body count, your destination. Uh-huh. Who have their meal? Dinner is shared. Crew return to their posts. The hammocks are unfurled in preparation for the evening. You can't help but notice it's still bright light outside. You didn't see him either? He didn't pass by, but his cabin door was locked when I checked. Slippery bastard. What are you thinking, Hunt? No sign of Hunt, I take it. Mr. Templeton passed by, but he wasn't exactly willing to take questions. One would think Hunt would be taking action at a time like this. Instead, the man has squirreled himself within his office. An odd one. That's back. Stroke its head. You nod knowingly at it. Keep it up, lads. We'll set ourselves right in no time. Ah, Shaw. I just saw Templeton entering the captain's cabin. Seems Hunt's holed himself up inside. Maybe if you had a word with our good captain, he'd be willing to lend a hand. I was informed that he was here. Where could he have hidden himself? Somebody's over there by the tub. Maybe he's gone overboard? Captain glares at you. It's not time to be making jokes, Shaw. Huh. Captain's laugh rings out from behind the door. Captain watches you both, his head swaying as he chuckles to himself. You're a surprisingly difficult man to get a hold of, Hunt. Seeing that this is your ship. Huh, I know it well. Hunt's eyes turn to you. I believe you two are already acquainted. How long have you been drinking? I don't suppose you care to join. Hunt shakes his hip flask as he holds it out. Whiskey sloshing and spilling from the top. And what of you, Shaw? Can't tempt you with some sweet nectar? I'm fine. Be more than fine with a drink, can you? Ah well, your loss. You intend to offer drinks at a time like this? This ship, your ship, is trapped in the ice. It's my ship now, is it? What do you expect me to do? Get the shovels out? What do you mean this isn't your ship? Bought it at an auction. Not by myself. Imagine that. Captain of a private vessel. And I don't even own it. Pathetic. Mr. Hunt. Captain. If you're not fit to stand, then you should retire for the night. Shaw will stand in your stead, and we can continue in the morning. And abandon my duty? No captain would do that. No captain who would do that is a fit captain. Wouldn't you agree? Well, not you. Shaw, isn't that right? What do you think makes for a good leader? Making the difficult choices nobody else wants to make. Do you think you can live with yourself? Now I act like the choice is the difficult part. Choice is easy, Shaw. Instinctual. It's not being able to sleep after. That's what they never prepare you for. But I'm serious, Shaw. To you, what makes a good leader? We don't have time for... In a word, then. Willpower. Willpower? Explain. Ability to press forward, no matter the circumstances, to never give up. And if your crew submits before you do, I don't think they'd appreciate being pushed forward in a hopeless situation. You can look to someone who always pressing on against all odds and call that bravery. Others would call it fatal stubbornness. Once to die, they'd prefer it be with their boots off, lying in bed with a full belly. Would a good leader deny them that? Speaking in platitudes would do you no good. A good leader is something more than a single rule you were told to follow. When you see one, you just know. You've wasted enough time pining philosophical. Oh, my apologies. I'll ask the real questions. Well, look at where we are. You honestly think we're going to survive this? I have no doubt we will. Well, I suppose someone has to carry faith with them. Captain laughs. Shaw. Nobody knows we're out here. That doesn't leave this room. No, no. Wouldn't want to upset your employer. Our benefactor. We all want to be paid after this, don't we? Enough. If you weren't fit to lead this expedition, you should not have agreed to it. You shouldn't be. None of us should be here. Old Kurt paid handsomely to join. You're just a botanist sent to keep an eye on me, our doctor, huh? And then there's me. What have you? Hunt laughs to himself, his head dropping low. Templeton opens the door. Captain needs his rest. We'll discuss this once he's of sound mind. Speak, Templeton. I wish to know more. It's alright, Robin. Go on now, Shaw. I'll be alright here. Captain appears to have fallen asleep. Captain Hunt needs to sleep. It would appear the pressures of command have greatly affected him. You should find some rest yourself. The crew have their commands. Clear your head and we will continue on the morn. Shouldn't we be, I don't know, preparing? Okay. Guess there's nothing to be done right now. You awake to a room awash with green. Minus 15 available crew. A loud banging on your door and a familiar voice speaks from behind the wood. Shaw, are you in there? Emma, what's going on? Why is everything green? Never mind the green. The bull is in serious trouble. Pumps need manned, and we need to stop the whole system overheating. I don't need to tell you if the furnace goes, we go. Lead the way then. We don't have a moment to spare. Right, let's move. Need to find the captain now. Caution rushes up, holding her camera tight as the ship rumbles. What's happening? Are we going under? Not if we can help it. Out of the way. It's safe to go up top, right? At Aurora. It's a shot I can't miss. Caution steps back before snapping a photograph of the ensuing chaos. Lights of the Aurora flicker over the pale ice. Nothing. Visibly perturbed, he takes a moment to compose himself. Even the tub is empty. Why would you expect him to be in the tub? Not important. It doesn't make sense. The man seemed barely fit to crawl himself into bed earlier. What? Hammond turns to you. Alright, Shaw. Captain's missing. You're in charge. Try my best. Your best? Yes, indeed. Crew are no doubt waking at this moment. They're no doubt scared, confused. It's your duty to keep them calm, to maintain order. Hammond glares at Templeton. Shaw's job to get down to the boiler room now. We've already wasted enough time looking for that bastard Hunt. If you storm down to that room, all you'll be doing is inciting a panic. We need to calm the fears of the crew, maintain an air of focus. Lie to them as the ship goes down? Not at all. Instead, to assure them we know how to remedy this matter. You. do know how to remedy this matter, Mr. Hammond. Aye. We need to be quick. I don't have time to worry about some stupid sailor's feelings. You got a bloody ship to save. Well, I just missed that part of the conversation. Officer Shaw is in charge. The decision is yours. Well, there's a way to look at the conversation log. Well, that was really loud in my ear. Okay, they want me to make a choice here. I mean, I could see either being important. I mean, you'd think we could leave Templeton to do that while we do this. But Templeton's right, we need to focus on calming the crew. Indeed, above all else, we have to avoid unrest. Drown Captain Hunt and drown your order. You can queue up on your death at the bottom of the ocean. You're both wasting time. You might be right, but we need to maintain order. We cannot allow this to devolve into panic. Animals are barking furiously at the green that has invaded their territory. Calm, Stanberry. What is happening to the ship? Nothing Hammond can't fix. Keep your animals under control. See that he does. I have no notion of dying here on the ice. Templeton is right. Control your dogs. You should not be concerned. My kennel are more settled than most of the crew. You should worry about your own first. Kurt approaches. Boiler trouble, I take it. It's imperative that we maintain order amongst the crew. I see none more adept at that than yourself, Mr. Darling. Templeton turns to you. I shall accompany him. You'd best join Mr. Hammond. You descend the ladder. Ahead you can see the brothers trying to open the door to the hold. Trying to get in? Same. Door stuck. Pull harder, you bastards. We need to get in there. Can you help us? Metal door unsticks. Grimly looks to you before darting off into the dark. Where's that bloody idiot running off to? Just sound the alarm. Bloody hells. Let's get moving. Into the boiler room. As you enter, you notice one of Hammond's engineers working away, while the others lay down, clutching their torso. What happened to Dick? Loose valve caught him right in the chest. Shit. Knew that bastard Templeton was slowing us down. The bloody have to make do. What's the word, Chief? Keep those valves pumping. We need to avoid a water hammer, or we won't be making it off the ship. Shaw, the rest of the crew aren't here. Grab a valve and start turning. Grab a valve and begin to turn, trying all you can to keep the water at bay. Pump. Feel the ache in your muscles as you continue to push the valve, keeping the pressure at bay. Furnace rumbles and sputters, hemorrhaging fuel. Keep turning, doing the best you can to keep the pressure at bay. We could be at this for hours. Shit, where's the rest of the crew? I'll help. Furnace rumbles and sputters. Get me coal and turn those valves. Just a sack of briquettes. Take all the coal we can get. To get to work. Maybe I should have put more thought in that first one I put in. Science engineers, specialists. I grab the valve. I grab the valve. With enough hands working on the boil, you begin to fight back the potential water hammer. Someone's going to have to hold the furnace in place. As she approaches the furnace, the room shakes. Water hammer. Bit of steam paints Sheridan. It subsides that they writhe in agony. The person gains a severe status effect such as wounded, scurvy, or frostbite. That person will become invalid and unable to work. Keep up the work, shifting the valves until the boiler has fully calmed. The ship is saved. You won't be sinking today. As the crew gives assistance to the wounded Sheridan and flogs, you feel your muscles tense. You fall back, collapsing from exhaustion. As you lay back, all you can hear are a pair of panicked voices. Where the hell is Captain Hunt? He's gone. Half rations, half fuel. Temperature safe from sinking. The aurora passes, leaving only the bright light and white. '24. 1 week at Temperance Camp. We're alone in the captain's cabin. Out across deck can be heard the commotion of the crew. Word has spread quickly that Captain Hunt is missing. Templeton slips in through the door. Shaw? Still no sign of Hunt? I'm afraid not. Hunt is still missing. And he isn't alone in that regard. Sanders, Sparrow, and Grin are also unaccounted for. As is a sizable food and fuel supply and one of the larger lifeboats. Shaw, you and I are not naive. It seems quite clear what has happened here. Yes, but why would Hunt abandon us? That is a question I cannot answer. I doubt we'll ever know at this stage. Former captain is no longer with us. Do you understand what that means, Shaw? That'll be Captain Shaw now, I take it? Not quite yet. The new captain must be selected by the crew. First mate, you have the most clear argument to take that role. How do I argue for that role? Your presence in the face of Hunt's absence is an argument in itself. They will hold a vote as soon as possible. That Carpenter, Grimley, he's still loyal to Hunt, and many of the sailors will follow his vote, if not all. But I can assure you have the vote of myself and my scientists. Kurt and his crew are like to support you as well. I'm unsure where the engineers will side. They're likely loyal to their pay. Sheridan and Flog are still recovering from their steam burns, which may end up working in our favor. The civilians are a mystery. But I believe when all is said and done, we'll just about make the vote. You've clearly given this a lot of thought. Of course. It's vital to remain aware of the crew's intentions. They're waiting outside, Sean. They're scared. They don't know where to turn. You and I both understand the importance of maintaining decorum. Though times seem dire, remember, there is a rescue ship on its way. Even if the Temperance falls, we still have a potential escape. 35 weeks. The ship will arrive at Viscount Island in 35 weeks from now. Should focus on surviving that long. That's all we need to do, Captain. I understand, we can hold out for that long. Indeed, that is all we need. Another 35 weeks, Captain. Keep it in mind. Here, you should have this. Templeton presents you with a fancy-looking hat, Hunt's hat. He left it behind in his cabin. That tells us what we need, doesn't it? What about you? Do you wish to be captain? That is not my burden to bear. Take the hat. Motion outside grows. I choose to willfully observe reality. I suggest you do the same, Captain. Scientist refrains for a moment. What is it? I think it's best we declare that the captain and the missing crew are dead. There's no need for us to complicate things any further. Like you said, I'm the captain now. We understand each other then. Wonderful. We're just waiting for you on deck. The last place you saw Captain Hunt. There's still drops of whiskey frozen. Hunt's ledger is gone. Rest the crew. The hushed voices become more distinct as you make your way back out into the open air. Notice the absence of Sheridan and Flogs. Crew members notice you and stop. Their attention ripples across the deck. Attention. It should be clear by now that Captain Hunt is no longer serving his post. As such, we should vote in the new captain. I nominate Officer Shaw for the role. Your choice is first mate. And what of Hunt? I do not see him among us, do you? I don't see a body either. He's still out there. We don't know what happened. Something we can discover. For now, someone has to take the reins of command. All in favor of Officer Shaw? Start the voting process. Abstain. Abstain. Loyal to you. Loyal to you. Loyal to Hunt. You can all vote Hunt if you want. He ain't here, so good luck. Loyal to Cordell. Loyal to you. Okay. You've been confirmed as the captain of the expedition. Well, the ayes have it. Shaw shall be acting captain from this point forward, acting in Captain Hunt's stead. The crowd looks to you expectantly as Templeton gives you a knowing nod. A moment passes in the cold as they wait your next words. Curious murmuring scattering between the crew. For those who don't know me, I'm Robin Shaw. As I look to you, not long before the obvious question spills from a crew member's mouth. Where's Captain Hunt? It is unclear at the moment. Captain Hunt is dead. The crowd immediately cuts to silence. They look to Templeton. Come back to you after. Mr. Templeton's telling the truth. He is indeed dead. Whispers break out among the crew. Silence hangs in the air. As long as we keep our wits, there's no reason we can't survive this. Crowd begins to bubble up once more, with more and more questions coming to the surface. Members of the crew start speaking out one by one, with questions thrown your way in quick succession. How are we supposed to survive out here? Is help coming? What about our pay? Will we still be paid? We'll have to rely on each other out here. Everyone will have a role to play. We were all brought onto this crew for a reason. Time to exercise those skills. As for reports, I would like the head of each station to report to me going forward. No, this isn't what we signed up for. Let's know this isn't what we signed up for. Stick with me and I will see us through. What are those lost, Captain? Memorial service will be held once the ship is free from the ice. Understood. We heard the captain. Get to it. Crowd dissipates, returning to their roles aboard the ship. You pass Templeton. He nods. Nod back. Shaw. Or should I say Captain Shaw? That hunt. Whose shame would have happened to him. Still, no good willing. I have confidence you'll take up the mantle well. You're counting on me. I don't intend to disappoint. That's the spirit. We need some optimism at a time like this. The captain has faith, so too will his crew. Sacks of coal. I suppose congratulations are in order. I would hope you're prepared for the task at hand, Captain Shaw. Did you see Hunt last night? If I had, I would have said as much. If were I to wager, I'm certain that someone aboard this ship has. It is unlikely the four were able to leave a landlocked ship without being spotted. And from the shells. Zero rooms. Dude. A sack of briquettes. Get to work. Captain now, are you? As long as you aren't in my way any more than Hunt was, I'm happy. How's the boiler keeping? Well, we aren't dying, that's a relief. Don't know how well the furnace will hold. I'll keep her going as long as you aren't distracting me. Just gonna keep standing there and give us something to burn. Okay. In your old cabin. Didn't bring the journal with us, huh? Apparently no fish to feed them. That's what I figured. Its belly. Bark back at it. You rub its chin. There should be no hesitation, Shaw. You're the captain now, and you must carry that authority instantly. It's best that we carry out the daily routine as normal. Show that you are capable in the role. We should take the day's request immediately before seeing to our resources. You saw the duties of the captain firsthand while serving, Hunt. You're acting captain now. It's up to you to take that mantle. The line is already forming at the door. No surprise given the circumstances. Take them as you may, Captain. Curtin Cordell. Captain, I've brought the Kennel Master with me. This is something you will both want to hear. I have a strong suspicion on what this matter is. I was planning to speak with the captain on it myself. Fortunate happenstance, then. Captain, I know these conditions well. I've seen them before. Any idea of the temperance being freed of the ice anytime soon is a pipe dream. We need to press on. We need to become aware of our new environment. Trust me, Captain. We'll be living off of it for quite some time. What of you, Cordell? Do you agree? Indeed. Dog sleds will need to be exercised regularly. There's no better way than to engage in hunting. I'm quite lucky despite the circumstances. Now is the peak time for hunting and navigation. Navigation? Bursting the ice may be a possibility in the future. We need to be prepared for that. If we're to survive out here, we need to know what lies ahead. These are uncharted territories, Captain. We have no idea where we are. The current rations are not set to last forever either. Send any hunting party to me, as you please. My dogs and I will ensure their survival. Cordell exits. The same sentiment for myself and any scouting team. Wish the great unknowns to be braved and charted. I'm your man. We need to know what lies ahead. Keep looking forward. Hammond? Saving that bullet was only the start of our troubles. Have you seen the state of this bloody ship? It has certainly seen better days. He's bleeding in the lower decks. I believe the older Stoke is attempting to rectify that. We need to stockpile as much fuel as we can. If the furnace runs out by the end of the week, we die. If we spend too long on the ship, we die. If we don't stockpile enough fuel for the winter, we die? Aye. Give me some coal. Get it in the furnace. I'm afraid he's not wrong. Coal bunker is our only source of fuel for the time being. Until we can procure alternatives, we should assign crew to shoveling whenever possible. Shaw? The ice looks unbudging, doesn't it? It would seem that way, yes. Crew seems to think so. They think if we don't intervene, the Temperance will never get freed. If you're suggesting breaking the ice, I can assure you that that won't work. Not, they are. No intervention is going to break up the ice enough to free this ship. Putting others to work in that is simply a waste of manpower. Oh, maybe. They're scared though, worried. They just want to feel like they tried something. But we're raised spirits, it's worth the attempt. Oh. Oh, 3 to 5? Oh, that's unfortunate. Race spirits is worth the attempt. Agreed. See you for dinner, Shaw. Don't forget the pushbot needs fed. Finish requests. Yeah, we gotta keep morale up. Before dinner, you should see to sending out our first sledding team. Also believe it's time you gave our good doctor a visit. We'll still have wounded from the night of the Aurora. Their wounds need attending to before they're fit to work. And I doubt I need to remind you of this, but we need every hand available. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of assigning my team for some manual labor. They'll complain, but they'll work. You did seem familiar. I finally placed you. You have you? Yes, I remember seeing you compete. Soren Killiver. You were quite the gymnast. I'm surprised to see you in this line of work. Not too many gymnasts carry long careers. You did quite well when I saw you at the Summer Games. I recall you placed. I don't recall winning. So Hunt is really gone. Hard to believe he went under so suddenly. Then again, he was drunk. He easily could have stumbled over. What about Smurf and Corbett and Joe? Who knows? Corbett owes me 5 gilst. I don't think you'll be seeing it soon. Finding elephant seal migration path. 030 research. Available dogs, one available crew. Miss Gloss, Lefty, and Tucker are marked down to hunt for the wheat. We have 2 crew available. Tucker, Shaw, or should I say Captain, right? I thought your name sounded familiar. I sailed the merchant lines as well. I think we served the same ship a couple times. Good to see a fellow merchant navy veteran among the crew. Aye, you know the struggle as well, huh? Shame we never fully crossed paths. Still, small world. Good luck, Sean. Doctor, you enter the ship's infirmary. Your presence seems to startle the young man inside, the rattle of dropped forceps ringing through the room. Oh goodness, it's you. I'm Captain now, isn't it? Captain Robin Shaw. It's good to meet you. Dr. Arthur, Nutley. Dr. Nutley. Dr. Arthur Nutley. That's it. Are you having a spot of bother, Nutley? Bother? No. I suppose I seem a little scatterbrained at the moment. It isn't the norm. Recent circumstances have been trying, and the inclination towards seasickness is no help. Sheridan and clogs. Steam burns they suffered from the furnace are severe. If you let me take a look, I can do my best to alleviate their pain. You have any experience with something like this? Well, I've read extensively on the matter. But as far as first-hand experience goes, well, no, this is my first encounter. At this point, all we can do is wait. Oh, that's out a nervous call. Captain Hunt, he... Do you think he may still be out there? Did you know Hunt well? Not at all. Rather, he knew my... That's not important. Apologies, I'm rambling. Suppose you wanted an update on the crew? A report would be nice. Mostly scrapes and scuffs. As for the dogs, you're better asking, well, the kennel master. That's fine. I wouldn't expect you to be a veterinarian. Good. Please don't. I haven't taken well to the dogs. I'm unsure how to carry myself amidst most people, and animals are quicker to judge. And Cordell herself is harsher still. But you can rely on me for any human medical issues. Nutley pauses for a moment. Is everything, good? I mean, is someone coming to rescue us? Well, while we're in a difficult situation here, I'm going to need your help. And you can count on my help. Nutley keeps his head low. Is there anything I can do for you, for the crew? Ah, scientists are busy. Well, that could be handy. To get those two back up and going, but it'll have to be this way for now. Med bay. Sign of the med bay, that will be cured of all status effects by the end of the week. Obviously, we put these two in there. Command rest. Officer, Captain Shaw. I suppose I should get used to calling you that. I was asking the crew if anyone had seen Hunt or any of the deserters last night. Not a single soul. I know the man knows the ship well, but that seems odd. Hmm. The crew could be lying. I wouldn't accuse anyone of that. It's very unlikely that he wasn't seen by anyone. I suppose the boiler troubles caused a great deal of distraction. Hmm. I'll probably be getting as much as I can out of this. While I still can. Didn't realize I could assign 3 people to this as well. I would have left 3. Need to work. Let's make use of this kitchen while we can. Two spot. Could be this week, Sean. All crew for dinner. Crew have their meal. Oh, shall we give a toast to our new captain? Here, here. We return to their posts. Hammocks are unfurled in preparation for the evening, despite the time. It's still bright light outside. So tired. Don't get used to it, lad. Oh, it's far too much work. Thought you wanted the work. If I can do it with one arm, you can do it. You're always saying that, Dow. You're a tall one, aren't you? Oh, thank you for noticing. Been this big since I was 15. You ever considered doing films? You have the stature for it. Oh, I can't act. Acting is a part of it. You stand there, cut a nice silhouette, and you'll be a star. Sounds awfully easy, don't it? It can be. You need me for something? Served with Captain Hunt for quite some time. Tell me about him. What does it matter? He's gone now. It's none of your business. He stares at you before nodding to his hammock. Evening, Shaw. Proud of what I've been able to cook up for the crew lately, considering the rations. Though I do wish I had something better to work with. I'd kill for a good beefsteak. You do excellent work, Junior. You have a knack for this. I've been told. Not one say he couldn't eat a bite that wasn't prepared by me anymore. Good evening, Captain. I was growing used to sleeping on a moving ship before we became trapped in the ice, you know. Now I think I won't have a good night's sleep until we return to land. That's something we can all look forward to. Good motivation, then. I know a hot bath and a warm bed are the first order of business when we return to land. I may stay bundled up for several days. Truly savor it. Yeah, Grimly really hates me. His required for loyalty is really high, though. Doctor. Cordell doesn't like me. Clive doesn't help me. Okay. We'll figure it out. Plenty cold, isn't it, Captain? Don't know how you spend your time away from the furnace. It'll be even colder without your hard work, Ammon. I know. That's just the hay, or well, hammock. Guess there's hay in there. Okay. Temple's room. Evening, Captain. Be some time before we see rescue. Perhaps you should be endearing yourself to the crew. Very well, Templeton. I'll spend more time with the sailors. That'd be a good idea, Captain. Evening, Sean. Cold one, isn't it? I used to think I was growing used to the cold. As the years have gone, the elements have only grown harsher on the body. Sure you can handle it, Kurt. You'd be right. I can still complain every now and then. Good evening, Captain. Was there something you needed? If you need the latest medical report, I'll have it prepared soon. Good to see you aren't losing your focus. Keep it up, Nutley. Oh, thank you, Captain. I'll try. Awfully loud, aren't they? I don't mind it all that much. They've worked hard all day. They're owed their leisure. As sailors ought to remember, we all need our sleep. Good evening, I'll see you for the morning's requests. Castle. Captain Shaw, I presume you're here to see the dogs? I was checking on you. You aren't with the rest of the crew. Of course I'm not. Do you often expect others to leave their posts? I understand you did not expect this role. But you are the captain regardless. Surely you understand a sense of duty. Captain Shaw, you recall my conditions with Hunt, do you not? Like it was yesterday. My demand was that I work here with the dogs. People may help with the sleds, but they are not my responsibility. They are not my people. I'm holding up my promise, Hunt. I do not intend to join your crew. Dog beside her barks. How long have you been raising dogs? Long time, Shaw. I've raised this pack since they were not but pups, and a generation before them. She was quiet for a moment, petting Stanberry, collecting her thoughts. I wasn't exactly in the financial position to pass on Hans, but I had no intention on leaving all of them out here without me. Let Stanberry leave. Dog barks happily as you ruffle its ears. Emma looks at you. You ruffle their head. Thanks for stopping by, though. Hey. Yeah, I suppose. Tender corn plus 2 crew. Dogs resting available. Mr. Zach, Miss Gloss, Lefty, and Tucker returned from hunting with 4 crab-eater seals. The dogs are resident available, but he sent out. Another week on the ice, the ship holds barely. Tashi was cured of their wounds. Dick was cured of their wounds. 2 Johns has become malnourished. Okay. 6 dogs become available. Okay. Plus 6 in the furnace, plus 6 in the whoosh. Okay, so that's nowhere near as good as just getting the resources we have on the ship. You know, my dogs are growing restless. They had grown used to the stirring of the waves against the ship. Now the sudden stillness has them unnerved. They'll go used to it in turn. Indeed they will. Pack adapts. Can the same be said for us? Anything I can do for the crew? All status effects by the end of the week. Yeah, probably should have waited on that, because I could have somebody else. I should probably do this last, now that I think about it. Just in case something comes up. So now I don't even have the option. Okay. Probably a mistake. Photographer. Free for an interview and a portrait. Huh. Anyone research and cure that person of demoralization by the end of the week. Huh. Heal for the week. Nope, I could do both. Okay, fair enough. I'll take it. Work. Oh, aw. Like the ice floe is moving. Maybe we should back scout instead of forward scouting. Because I don't think those areas are going to be available after a while. Take requests. Shaw, Templeton. Word back from the attempts at freeing the ship. Such a report necessary? Well, as you can see, we're not moving. We kept at it for a week, but now we're calling it a day. Waste of time and resources then, as expected. I wouldn't be so sure. End of the day, at least now the crew can say they tried. Gave it their all. There's something in that. Good day, Captain. Well, as good as it can be under the circumstances. Good day to you as well, Kasha. I'll be sure to spare you any more obligatory small talk from here. In truth, there is something I've been meaning to ask of you. It's a matter I brought up with Captain Hunt, though he was less receptive. I'm not merely interested in the story of this expedition, I'm interested in the story of the people of this expedition. When the crew have downtime, I would request that I be allowed to conduct interviews with them. I would like to know more about them. Maybe learn more about what happened to Hunt. I see no issue there. Conduct an interview as you please. Thank you, Captain. You won't regret it. Mark anything useful I discover in the crew manifest. Send them to the red room on the lower deck when you can. Word around the crew is that we might end up having to move to the ice. If we can't free the Temperance anyway. It'll be wise to gather what we want off the ship with us. If we do. Indeed. We'll need to prepare for what could be the inevitable. Most of the tools are in the lower deck storerooms. The metal doors need some work to open, but it's worth what's inside. Captain Shaw, Mr. Templeton. It would appear that some of the crew have taken an interest in the transmission radios we have on hand. It is likely many of their first time seeing this technology, and they have odd ideas of what they're capable of. They believe another ship may pick us up if we monitor them. Ridiculous. They do not have the range to pick up another, not out here. I said as much, but Mr. Turner was adamant we spend the night monitoring them regardless. He even sent me to run the concept by you, Captain. It's worth the attempt, even if it's just to assure the crew. Has to be a scientist. Oh, it takes 3. Oh. It takes all 3 scientists. That's unfortunate. Yes, Captain. It won't work, but at least this way the crew will be certain. Yes, otherwise they will ponder the alternative until we've all frozen. Finish your quests. Question persists is how long the Temperance can hold. Will we be able to wait out the ice? If there's no change by next week, abandoning the ship may be considered. Ah, feel that air. Nothing better than a cold wind to keep you awake. You're not Duck York the Third. How many hours of sleep do you get a night? Well, on second thought, better not hearing it. I already know it isn't enough. Ever charge into the room with the water flooding in behind, you have time to grab 2 items. Plus 1 large animal killed at each hunting location. Plus 1 medium animal killed at each hunting location. Plus 4 flares for alerting humans and alarming wildlife can be carefully disassembled for fuel for a total of 90. Each can be used to cure a person of demoralization. Hurting humans, alarming wildlife. Time to grab one more item. That would be nice and all, but I think I'll just grab the upgrades. Yeah, the room is flooded with freezing cold water, rendering the remaining items inaccessible. And now he's freezing. Which is why I should have... Should have waited to do the doctor thing. I don't know if I could assign him after already assigning him to the task, but... 5 people remaining, 3 scouts, 2 engineers. Fools charge into the room with the water flooding in from behind. You have time to grab 2 items. Feed the hoosh to gain free food for each person with malnourished or scurvy. That could be really good if we start running out of food. Or tinned lemons. Spoiled tinned food. There's more of them, but they cause malnutrition. Okay. Apparently we're gonna freeze a bunch of people today and then just increase the heat. It's probably the play. Moving north, the 3rd charge into the room. Water flooding in from behind. You have time to grab 2 items. Every 10 research brought home will be proof of success to your employer. Well, I'm already capped out on that. Uses science required by 1 for medical comforts at the medical bay. Tools reduces dogs required by 1 on locations. Spoiled tinned food, timber. grab one more. Ale or the timber? That's a lot of fuel. We have left the 2 engineers. Two groups charging the room with water flooding in from behind. You have time to grab 2 items. Coal, digging tools. I already have one of those, right? Just having 2 of those stack. Increases cured when raising the heat. Minimum of 3. I don't think it can go below 3, but I don't know how high it can go. Sacks filled with coal worth a total of 40 heat. I think I'll just take the coal. I have no way of knowing whether or not they stack. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Oh, right. Requires people. I don't know what I was thinking. And I let one of my engineers be one of the ones that's freezing. That's not good. Healed from freezing. 2 healed from freezing because of the item I have, I guess. Okay, we got 3 freezing. One crew for interview. Demoralized. Maybe food with the aid of your spice crates. I don't know. Maybe letting the floodwaters in all the rooms in one day may have been a mistake. They have their meal, and dinner shared. They return to their posts, the hammocks are unfurled in preparation for the evening. Despite the time, it's still bright light outside. As far as rations go, this is good. Junior sure knows how to prepare dinner, doesn't he? He's too good for a ship like this. Pretty old, aren't you? Good eye, lad. Better than mine. Why are you still working? You should be at home with your family. Don't have one. Do you not have any children? I might do. Don't know any, though. Getting harder to play. Cold makes the fingers stiff. Power route for the cruise site. Well. More of the same tonight. We'll have to get used to it. Not much you can do with the ice. Figure out something to do, won't we? We'll have to. Evening. Before we took off, Grimly and I stopped into a greasy spoon in the city. Their sausage and eggs was perfect. Best I've ever had. Now I'm trying to remember its damn name. It's left my head. It's likely by the docks. Just look around. Once we return, you'll find it. It's still there when we return. Who knows when we'll be back. They could have closed down or fired their chef by then. Captain? On evenings like this, my good friend Caroline and I would often play chess by the fireside. Makes me wish I had brought a board with me. It would have made for some light entertainment. Shame you didn't. I'd have enjoyed a game myself. Indeed. Well, we can't turn back time, can we? We'll just have to make do with what we have. Perhaps Mr. Templeton brought something along. He seems the jigsaw puzzle sort. Not going to get rest anytime soon, are we? No. Could have used more hands. Hammond is worth 5 men, but even then... Ever get the feeling you're being watched, Shaw? Could shake the feeling there's a pair of eyes on me while I was working there. Yes, I'm sure there's a terrible undiscovered beast lurking in the mist. You're bloody funny, aren't you, Captain? I'm not the superstitious sort, believe me. Anything? Right not. Didn't expect anything to come of it. Well, at least we can say we tried. Captain, if you find yourself stricken with boredom, I do have a book I would recommend. Textbook on different classes of wildflowers. Topic is more interesting than it may seem, I assure you. I would enjoy that, Templeton. I'll be sure to bring it to you when I have the chance, then. Evening, Shaw. I've been thinking about our pay once we return to land lately. Don't mistake me for the avaricious sort, but I do have expenses to pay. Before we depart, I received a letter from one of my daughters asking to cover the cost of her stage school. But it would be a shame to promise a luxury only to retract it, don't you think? Wasn't where he had a daughter current. Two, in fact. Both of the first wife. Captain, is there anything you miss from home? I don't mean anything important. I'm sure there are people you miss. I mean small comforts. People, mostly. Not exactly a small comfort, but I understand. It's difficult not to think about my family. Personally, I miss tea. I would drink a cup every morning and right before I sleep. I didn't think I would miss such a simple habit so much. Well, you spot Kurt, measuring for any changes in the temperature. Still fast. No sign of any change. He notices you and gives you a wave. Doubt we'll be moving anytime soon, Captain. Of course, sometimes you never know with the ice. You should get some rest. I'll let you know if anything changes. See that you get some rest yourself. I will. But we have to be alert. In my experience, changes come fast. Take care, Captain. Captain, a word. Well, now, as good a time as any to review the wording in our contracts. You do remember what is written in your contract. Of course I do. Consider Article 3, and I quote, "The member of the staff shall, throughout the period of such expedition, obey all commands of the captain and shall use his best endeavors to promote the success of the same. And in the event of anything happening to the captain shall obey all commands of any member of staff who shall be appointed by the captain in writing before his death. Being understood that the rest of the staff shall hold the same relations toward any member of the staff so appointed as towards the captain, as appointed by the captain in writing before his death." What are you trying to say? The vote we held settled what is only a temporary arrangement in the eyes of the law. Even then, you only made it through by a hair. Unless you somehow managed to wrestle a written transfer of captaincy from Hunt before his departure, in the eyes of the law, you are simply acting in his stead with no legal recourse to call upon. Now picture the trouble that arises if the crew uncover your deceit. There is a chance Hunt and the deserters are still out there. Should we be reunited, your captaincy will indeed be called into question. Crew unlikely to choose a deserter over me, I'm still here. You say that, knowing how the previous vote went, loyalty runs deep. The loyalty of the crew means everything. Get them on your side, Shaw. Keep them on your side. I see. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Templeton. Remember my words, Shaw. I suggest you start with the Stoke brothers. It seems they speak for many of the sailors. See, that's all I can do for the day. It's getting colder. Okay. 2 crew members will recover from freezing unless we go up to this. Let's see, we don't have a malnourished crew member right now. And that will break us even. I'm good with that for now. Should fix most of the people with being frozen. Another week on the ice. Ship shan't hold much longer. Two Johns was cured of their malnourishment. Has been cured of their... Wilsley has been cured of their freezing. Griff's has been cured of their freezing. York Hurt has been cured of their freezing. Mr. Gloss has been demoralized. -5 decorum. Okay. 3 weeks at Temperance Camp. -5 decorum. Feed them. All rooms in the lower deck. 5 rooms. Back in the lower deck, you can see that the flooded rooms can be entered again. And if you charge the room with the pumps temporarily keeping the water at bay, you have time to grab 2 items. Two items here. And cavity charge into the room with the water pumps typically keeping the water at bay. You have time to grab 2 items. And 8 people left. What? Do we abandon the ship now or later? Better in the furnace. If we have to. Meeting. When Kurt, Cordell, and Hammond stand inside the beginnings of a meeting. Look, Captain, it's been 3 weeks. Kurt tells me there's still no change in the ice. None. The best I can estimate, what change we will see won't free the ship. I predict the Temperance is more likely to be crushed under the pressure of the ice. And how long will that take? A few weeks at most. Unfortunately, we have to look at alternatives rather than waiting for the ice to break up. Such as leaving the Temperance and making camp on the ice is something we will have to consider. The longer we stay on the ship, the more fuel we're having to burn. Not to mention risking another boiler incident. Yes, that matter almost cost lives. Heating the smaller camp burns through much less oil. And without enough fuel to survive a winter, we're dead. Don't think I need to tell you that. I would not be quite so quick to pack up and move out just yet. And why is that? The ship is shelter, the ship is safety. Currently there are quite a few hunting opportunities presented to us. We will need to gather more food if we are to survive, and the ship provides a safe area to hunt from. Right, and most of the crew aren't ready to give up either. They're stubborn, just as any good crew should be. And I would rather not play into stubbornness when lives are on the line. He has a point. Crew thinks we gave up too early. They'll resent the captain for it. So we now have a serious flooding problem. We do? Aye. May have noticed if you left your damn forecastle. It is safer to take the time to gather what we need before we leave, rather than raiding the ship once we make ice. Well, the answer lies with the captain. Should we move off the ship this week? Not yet. We'll remain on the ship for now. Very well. When you remove the boiler from the furnace, that is when we make our move. When you feel ready to go, just go to the boiler room and give the order. Make sure we don't have anybody to talk to. Zero food with the aid of your spice crate. That's a lot of people to talk to. Mr. Gloss, Captain, we tried to use the radio to pick up any signal every evening for the past week. Nothing I take it? Afraid not. As we expected. I have to say though, I expected a worse reaction from the sailors. I suppose there's a relief in trying a method and knowing it to be unsuccessful. Now they can move on to the next venture with little reservation. They're resourceful people, I must say. Well, I suppose anything that puts the crew's mind at ease is worth doing. Thank you, Mr. Glossley. Captain, my dogs appear to be struggling in the on-deck kennels. They require a more secure form of shelter from the environment. Dog blues, I believe they are called. Yes, I will require some hands to work on constructing them. It is for the health and safety of the pack. Put some of the crews to work on it. Thank you. I must focus on keeping the dogs safe. Without them, the crew stands little chance of safety themselves. The mast was damaged when the ship was being tossed a while back. Captain. Best get someone to fix it before the Temperance is freed. Freed? Oh, a ship could come loose at any moment. Heading up to repair the mast is a dangerous task. We don't even know if the ship will sail if the ice clears. It'll be worth it, though. Someone can get injured, I'd rather avoid that. Suit yourself, then. Oh, summoned by Mr. Templeton. Yes, Mr. Isaac, this is regarding your personal item. What do you mean? I felt it pertinent to let the captain know that you were carrying a weapon. Why did you bring a gun with you on an expedition, Isaac? Personal safety, of course. Perhaps this is my unfamiliarity with expeditions, but I was surprised others did not bring an item to protect themselves. Many of the crew cannot afford such an item to themselves. Captain, it's up to you to what to do with this revolver. With all due respect, this is my personal item, Captain. It's the captain's right to requisition any weapons on the ship. That includes your own. Hold the temple then. I'll be more useful in the hands of Cordell for the hunts. Very well, Captain. I understand. We do well to avoid creating an imbalance power among the crew. Doubt the sailors would take too kindly to such a thing. Friendly. Go on. There's a rumor going around amongst the crew, saying the ship is haunted by the ghost of Captain Hunt. Saying that ever since he died, his spirit is cursing the Temperance to doom. What ridiculous tribe. I thought you'd want to put a stop to it. So we can't allow rumors like that to run rampant. Aye. Who won't be best pleased you're stopping their stories? It's Better than allowing fear and superstition to run wild. Aye. Into the boiler when you wish to abandon ship. I suggest we do so sooner rather than later. They said a couple weeks. Whoop. Built the dog loose, I see. Have 8 spare bodies right now. Can I go ahead and do this, or do the dog loose first? What else shows the crew how to assemble the snowy shelters? Free for an interview and a portrait. Join the photographer. People to spare. Hey, what are we short of right now? I think it's food, right? Plenty for the furnace. Not a whole lot of food. Question is, will it survive another week? Two more of these I could do. Spoiled rations. These are spoiled now. Okay, no point in assigning people to that then. And we have plenty of fuel, so I guess we just check the other two rooms. Let's charge the room. We have 2 items. Barge into the room with the pumps temporarily keeping water at bay. You have time to go 2 items. Put that in who secures demoralization. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Reach him out to work without any negative stat effect. I'm thinking maybe I should abandon ship. Maybe grab the 2. Okay. Okay. Dinner. They have their meal. Return to their post. The hammocks are unfurled. Preparation for the evening, despite the time it's still bright light outside. I swear, when that hook came swinging, Captain Hunt had to pull me down. This was 5, 6 years ago. I had no clue what I was doing. Both of us nearly lost an eye that day. Same expedition, Ward lost his arm. Half the time, I don't think Hunt knew what he was doing either. Quite the interesting man. Ah, he is. It's a shame then. Do you need something? I commend you both for keeping spirits high. Well, it's still business as usual. I can still cook up a good meal. Nothing has changed there. Worried about the vote, aren't you? Oh, is that it, Shaw? Curious why you voted the way you did. You mean why we voted for Captain Hunt? Should be obvious he's our captain. Alright, let's leave it at that, Grimly. Nice for you to check in, Shaw, but I think it's time the crew called it a night. Really wants all. Is there an issue I'm not aware of? A word to the wise, Robin. I have nothing against you, but we sure don't know you either. It's going to take more than simple pleasantries to earn Grimly's trust. You had pancake, Shaw? Some served. Served some for Captain Hunt once, and he started demanding them every time. Can only have them early into a trip, though. Ingredients don't keep that long. I'm sure you make something similar to what we have. Now that is a challenge. Don't know how that would turn out for us, Shaw. Missed the water. Got used to playing on a rocking ship. Start to feel sick when I'm off too long. Miss it myself, that sense of constant movement. Nothing else like it. You got it. Don't like stillness. I like feeling like I'm going somewhere. One of Templeton's team tried to talk to me while I was working. They were going on about their spouse or something. He ended up telling them to fuck off. I think they got the message. You have full permission to do so anytime your work is interrupted. Didn't need permission. But hey, I know you'd understand. Just gonna keep standing there and give us something to burn. Evening, Captain. You been reading that textbook? I understand if you do not have the free time. I have been reading. It's quite the interesting topic. Good. I'd hoped you would enjoy it. I suppose the topic does provide an escape from the ice as well. It's rather morbid, Shaw, but our last conversation had me wondering about those children of mine. Specifically, I wondered on whether I'd ever see them again. It's not something you should imagine, I know, but that threat always exists on these expeditions. I signed on knowing that. Must be proud to have a famed explorer for a father. You would think. Oh, minus loyalty. A man makes for a busy man, and a busy man makes for an absent man. Only so many gifts you could send from across the sea, Robin. Fair enough. Well, we're slowly winning them over. Oh, I can't talk to him right now. Oh. What do you have in your pocket? What does it matter to you? Hunched over, clutching something, it's suspicious. I'm holding an egg. An egg? Why? Keep my hands warm. Boiled egg keeps heat. That is actually rather ingenious. We know the cold better than you lot, anyway. Still no signs of change, I take it. Afraid not, Templeton. The ice is yet to budge. Moving to the ice looks more and more to be a necessity as I see it. You may just be right, chum. Your team of scouts best be keeping their focus. We cannot find a way from this pack. The two notice you. Ah, Captain. Wouldn't worry about the ice. My team will find a path, I have no doubt. At ease, Kurt. You're doing good work. Thank you, Captain. Promise my team won't go lazy. This is certainly not the place for it. What do you mean, Captain? Will this take long? Dogs are fed and rested, however, I dislike leaving them alone. Train them well, there won't be any issue. That'll be my hope, but you can never be certain. Dogs need the rest, as do I, as do you. I won't be happy, but I think we abandoned ship now. I might have one more week, but I'd rather not risk it. This one first. The furnace is torn from the boiler. We're heading out then? Let's tell the lads. Moving out? Yes, Captain's orders. For now, we should focus on setting up a campsite on the ice. Leave the equipment hauling for later? No worries, I'll get them to work. We'll have a camp set up before you know it. You taking that with you? Can't go a day without it, can you? Oh, I do like the music. Fair enough. Better get to hauling them lifeboats next. They're a bit more important than an accordion. I know. How far? Calm down, Stanberry. We're simply moving to the ice. Huh. Yes. It's all very exciting. If the rest of you behave yourselves, you will be treated to an extra helping of soup. Well, there we have it. Part of the ship ripped clean from her chest, but she still beats for the crew. How long were you waiting on that one? Well, because it was shy. No time for poetry. Captain, let's get this bloody furnace set up on the ice. doing up there? Now's the last chance to get a shot like this. Isn't that dangerous? Don't worry, I've done it before. Don't tell the captain. Okay. There. Perfect. Very well, Temperance. Captain, I hope your new lodgings are to your comfort. If not, I'm afraid you'll have to power through until rescue. We say goodbye to the Temperance, but our work is far from over. We weren't going to get anywhere holding on to that anchor. Agreed. We've done well to already strip the lower decks of the ship. Perhaps the wildlife should be our next focus. Regardless, we need our wits about us. We stand alone against the ice now. Flattered, but I really ought to be getting some rest, Shaw. He stares at you before nodding to his sleeping bag. Call it a night, see you for breakfast. Just try for the evening, I'll see you for the morning's requests. My dog's been restless all evening. The move of the ice has proven overstimulating. They will settle down eventually. It's good to hear that recovered from their wounds. That incident with the boiler was rather dire. If nothing else, we can take solace in avoiding a life being lost. Always need to rest, as do I, as do you. Was malnourished. I think we're actually good for now to keep the rations up, since I think that stuff's gonna start spoiling anyway. Weak on the ice, naked in the wind. It's your spirits. Been cured of freezing. Which been cured of their freezing. Tucker's freezing has progressed into frostbite. Freezing has progressed into frostbite. Oops. No freezing crew members to be cured. Ooh. The young woman, caution. The flash of her camera has startled my dog several times now. It is growing tiresome. If it proves a great distraction, let me know. Captain, I doubt your words would be enough to stop her. Cameras are sole purpose out here. As much as an annoyance as this can be, it would not be right to rob her of that. I think some of them went bad, didn't they? Assistant. Quests. Captain, the Empress's life is short, but we're in luck. Some good fortune? Lower decks are flooding quick, but that's fine. Coal is still usable. We should grab as much as we can before she goes under. Agreed. We must gather as much as possible coal for the furnace. Alright, best get to it. While I was investigating the 10 food we picked up from the Temperance. Should have expected this, but the tins were spoiled in the flooding. It's still edible? Are you serious? Can't afford to be too selective. It may not be pleasant, but if it can be eaten without poisoning the crew, it may still serve as rations. Hard to tell for certain there. Oh, it's certain to taste like death, but it may still be edible. The may in that sentence is not so comforting. Food is food, but I'm not sure it's worth the risk. What do you think, Shaw? Surely they can't be too bad. We need all the food we can get. Lost Junior Stokes loyalty, -5 on both of them. Suppose we can't afford to be piggy, can we? Crew are sure to gripe about the taste. Add them to the pot if you think it's worth it. Captain, thank you for building some proper shelter for the dogs. Appreciate the assistance from the crew. While dogs are an important factor in this expedition, I'm certain you and your kennel will repay us in kind. Don't worry about that, Mr. Templeton. Again, thank you, Shaw. Shaw? Put a stop to those rumors going on about Hunt. That simple? The sailors do seem to listen to you. Aye. You'll not be hearing them whispers again. Shaw? You want to survive out here? We'll need wood. Can be burned for fuel or to repair the lifeboats. I see only one source of wood here on the ice, Stoke. Are you suggesting we strip down the temperance before it goes under? Ship isn't surviving either way. Furnace out, only a matter of time before it goes under. We should strip it down for all we can. If we have time, it is certainly something to consider. Aye. If we salvage any, can be fed to the furnace or brought to me for boat repairs. Now, I'd find it wise to have a word with the journalist among our crew. For whatever reason, Hunt allowed for a photographer with no sailing experience to tail alongside this expedition. As it stands, Tasha Belford's record is what will stand the test of time, and this expedition is spoken of. It would seem she has not made allies of the crew. Well, she doesn't seem the type to make enemies. Not with purpose or malice, Captain. Sailor's crew are a private lot. They do not take kindly to the prying eyes of a landlubber, as they would say. Remember, Captain, she controls the story. She controls your story. Best to have a word. Remember, Shaw, reputation can be fragile. You do not need an unflattering image at a time like this. When was the last time you slept, Chief? I got a good couple hours in a while back. Couple? Going to work yourself to death before we even make land. Heard that before, but it hasn't bloody happened yet. Back to work. Research papers and journals. They take that to emptying drawers and boxes. All valuable research they could find. Timber. Cats. My son's flooded with freezing water. Nothing here. 5 crew left. Greatest spoiled rations. Search an ice crevasse. That would probably require scientists, which I don't have right now. Years. One stack, Grips and Dick are marked down to hunt for the week. Just use that to instantly cure them. Ready to work again starting today. That's useful. Fucking hell. What's it this time, Tucker? These bloody cigs aren't worth the shit I stepped in. You're the only man I know who can step in shit on the ice, mate. Huh. Bloody right. Dogs for that now. There's one person left over. Dinner. You have their meal. Return to the post to spot the time. It's still bright light outside. Pass by, you see Kasha adjusting her camera. She stands, partially obscured as she finds the right angle for shots. As you step to her side, she raises her head and looks at you. You're taking photos of. True, of course. This is quite the unique situation we're in. I want to capture the mood. Maybe I could place it beside our initial crew photos, compare and contrast. So that's brilliant. How many of them have stories to tell? So I start to the crew, briefly lingering on the stature of Kurt, and then back to you. Of course, I'm sure many of them have plenty to share. For now, though, I think I'm better off in the background, taking pictures from a distance. Very well, stay here. I don't have time to convince you otherwise. It's not that I'm refusing to join the crew, if that's what you're thinking. It's simply that I followed Kurt's expedition a lot as a child, but seeing him in person is odd. Kurt doesn't bite. He certainly barks, quite loudly at that, but you're right, I'm just being nervous. It's more that up until now he's been an idea. Does that make any sense? There's just another person like you and I. I suppose so. Well, I'll leave you be. Still looking for the right shot. So you don't hide away from the crew in the evening, Shaw. Didn't know what to make of you at first. I'd like to know more about my crew. Your crew. Suppose it's best for you to get comfortable. Remember approached you during dinner. Captain, looked like you could use some more to eat. Taking up the responsibility of captain is an admirable... is as admirable as it is unenviable. Unenviable. Wow, I messed that whole thing up. Taking up the responsibility of captain is as admirable as it is unenviable. Please help yourself to some of my own rations. Frankly, I'm stuffed. Rather kind of you, thank you. I see. The third smiles and nods. Those in the crew roll their eyes and let out a heavy sigh on your acceptance of the offer. They don't seem to approve of the attempts at gratifying command. Photographer Belford. What about her? Did she come snooping around your tent as well? I caught her prying a couple times. I can guess she found nothing on you? No, she did not. We can all learn something from you, Toshi. Been trying to come up with a new song, something about seals, I'm thinking. Hard to think though, winds are too distracting. But I haven't had a new song in a while. Keep it light. I'm sure the crew would appreciate something jovial. That's the plan. Hard to think jovial out here. The building next to my kennel would often play music on a phonograph. I would hear it through the open window for months on end. I would hear it as I worked. Over time, I had grown used to it. Miss it? To an extent. More so I miss the routine. Oh, it's been quite some time since we met. When I first met you at the docks, I found it difficult to read you. Did you not have a say in the crew? I'm simply a representative of our benefactor. Even my own team was beyond my control. I did not disagree with the selection, however. That, at least, is a relief. And there I was, face to face with the leopard seal. Dangerous creatures, cannot be mistaken for your average seal. Natural hunters, much faster on land than you'd expect. How'd you deal with that, then? I was lucky I had my hunting shotgun at the ready. We were feasting on leopard seal that night. Of course, of all the times the crew weren't filming. Pull the other one. It's true. This other time Kurt continues to ramble on. It seems you'll be at this for a while. You get your photo snapped by that photographer too? Aye. He's a landlubber for sure, treating us like we're some novelty. I don't have much problem with it. Good conversation, at least. I'd rather less good conversation out here. Call night sea for breakfast. Worked with a lot of captains in my time. Half of them don't know their arse from their elbows. You're different from most of them. Try to live up to your expectations. You better. But don't bloody do it for me, Shaw. You're not married, are you, Shaw? Take it from me, if you ever do find yourself wed, it's never as easy as it looks. Brought this on. Late evenings on the ice grant you quite a lot to look back on. I've had a long life to look back on, Shaw. I'm gonna put one of these bad ones in here. That's it for the day. Okay. Crew member will develop freezing. Turn from hunting with 4 penguins. Someone's freezing. Pits are rested and available to be sent out. Another week on the ice. Chris became freezing on the sled hunt. Dick is no longer malnourished. I see. Available dogs. Doctor, how are you holding? Still finding yourself with bouts of sickness? No, that isn't a problem. It was only seasickness. Now that we're no longer at sea, my stomach is settled. For the most part. If I ever feel the queasiness set in once more, I learned an old trick in my travels. Simply close your eyes and count backwards from 10. It worked me a treat in my youth. Right, I'll try that. You watch. There goes the ship. He's gone. It's hang low from amongst the crew. Free from interviewing on a portrait. Interview. +1 research, +1 decorum, -1 available for crew. One freezing. You lose decorum for each one that stays demoralized. Let's see what else comes up though. Captain, take a look at this. Before the ship sank, I was checking the cabins of, well, the missing crew. It seems they left behind a good amount of their belongings, a good few books and the like. Not much use for them now. I put them at the top of the list to burn for fuel. We can't do that. Yes, we can. We're in need of as much fuel as we can find, Belford. We will need good reason to preserve them. These aren't simply novels. The missing crew brought with them for leisure. They left their journals behind, their diaries, logs of their life on the ship and before. This can't be burned. Captain, I request that I hold on to these journals for the use in my reports. I think the rest of the crew would appreciate their stories being preserved. I suppose the sailors would not take kindly to burning the remnants of their lost colleagues. Right. But what else do we have? Not much else we can burn, is there? If we necessary caution, keep the books for your report. Better find something better to burn then, Captain. We can't hold on to bloody well everything. Thank you, Captain. I'll ensure their story is told. Won't be able to do that if we freeze to death. Oh, I don't suppose you've been keeping track of the days. Of course I have. Well, you'll be pleased to know that today is Imbol. I am not aware of such an occasion. Not surprised you wouldn't recognize it. To us, it's a major holiday. Don't expect to ask the day off. No, Imbol often comes with a traditional feast. Thought it might be good to hold one for the sailors' sake. Nice idea, but we cannot spare the rations. I thought that'd be the case. Oh well. It was worth asking. Probably throw that in too, but we'll do it after we assign jobs for the day. You have any experience with cameras? No. But they can't be too complicated. Why, did you go and break yours? No, but I was wondering that if something did happen, you would at least have some parts to fix it with. I should. Question is if I want to waste good parts on a bloody camera. Spare parts. You're hardly going to be wasting them. What more could some spare scrap be used for? You have no idea. Keep it lit, Captain. Okay. Now we should be able to fix on the end of the day with regular heating. Okay, we can still hunt there, that's good. Wasn't sure, I thought we might lose this section. Is it just two? Alright. Okay. Oh, of course, yeah. That she got demoralized, and she's the one I sent in for that. It's not really a big deal. I think we've still got enough scouts to make do. Ish. Sign for that. Flushing, two Johns, Runt, and Gnomes are marked down to hunt for the week. See, 8 people left. 15 to 30 research. Huh. Mr. Zach, Mr. Gloss, and Miss Gloss are marked down to hunt for the week. Okay. Oh, I don't have the dogs. Right, I don't have the dogs for that. Well, that's unfortunate. -21. Ooh, it's getting colder. Unfortunately, I don't have spare jobs today. Not for right now, anyway. Crew have their meal. They return to their post, despite the time it's still bright light outside. You spot a pair of dogs engaged in aggressive conflict. Teeth bared and snarling, the two creatures snap at each other. Cordell's nowhere to be seen, but the kennel master's whip has been left aside, resting atop a crate. As you look on, the fight begins to intensify. Yeah, we can't afford to lose him. Grab the wig and crack it yourself. With Cordell out of sight, you elect to break up the fight among the dogs yourself. Take the whip from atop the crate and turn your attention to two sparring animals. As you raise the whip, ready to crack it, a voice from behind interrupts you. What do you think you're doing, Shaw? Trying to see Cordell standing before you with a glare. Put that silly thing down. The whip is only for matters of life and death. Neither of them are going for the throat. These boisterous displays are common among the pack. A simple feat and they'll stop. Cordell takes the whip from your hand and places it back atop the crate. Now, if you see something that concerns my pack, inform me before you decide to do something foolish. Cordell tries to kennel as you make your way back to the camp at large. Get into the furnace of our babbling to ye. Night. Watching those young pups. Don't know how I had that much energy once. Huh, you're not alone there, friend. Hard to remember days I moved without this cane. Hard to remember having both eyes. They'll look like us one day. Well, let's hope not. Well, to Imbo, not quite the same with leftovers. Sorry I can't serve it more. Shaw wouldn't have it. Don't worry about the food, Junior. It's not about that. We get to celebrate it. That's what matters. Sure, sure. I must retire for the evening. I'll see you for the morning's requests. He stares at you before nodding. I'm flattered, but I really ought to get some rest, Shaw. No. Cure their freezing. Hard to find the spot sometimes for it to change between them. Crew members be cured of their malnutrition. Uses up 75 food. I think we're good with that. Lifting cavity, return from hunting with 3 elephant seals. Toss you 2 jaws, run to gnomes, return from hunting with 4 fish. Mr. Zach, Mr. Gloss return. Miss Gloss return from hunting with 3 research. Dogs arrested and available to be sent out. Cavity became freezing on the sled hunt. Cavity was wounded by the elephant seal on the sled hunt. 2 jaws became freezing on the sled hunt. Mr. Zach became freezing on the sled hunt. Flick raised their spirits. Speaking to Kasha, no longer demoralized. Grips has been cured of their freezing. Cavity's no longer malnourished. Gnomes malnourishment has progressed to scurvy. Okay. Battle dogs, -1 available crew. Oh, seems the crew are adapting nicely. Getting on with their jobs like clockwork. Feels like we're back on the open ocean again. They know we're in for the long haul. Well, I'll see to it that they're keeping up the good work. And you see to it that they're entertained when the work is done. Aye. Short on words, aren't you? Heard to talk through your music, eh? Say with the heart of a poet. Sure. T. Hammond hard at work on the boiler. Yeah. Is there a problem? No, of course I have it. Don't need me asleep at the post. Need something, Captain? Inform me if there's any issues. Aye, I will. Be the first to know if anything comes up. Know what I'm doing, Shaw, if that's what you're wondering. You don't need anything, I'm getting back to work. Captain? We got our share during the hunting season, but that appears to be winding down. I wouldn't put my faith in there being an abundance of game in the coming weeks. Freezing. Wounded freezing. Scurvy I can cure. No problem. Scientist freezing. And then the rest, and then I think I have the stuff to. Won't be able to do that. It seems to run out of medical papers. Oh, I thought I had 2. Oops. Oh well, it is what it is. I thought I had a spare one. Tried to separate my developing equipment from your tools as best I could while setting up. Wouldn't want for any of them to be mixed up, would we? But alright now. I hope my work doesn't distract you from your own. We'll just have to make do. Suppose if tent space is the chief of our worries, we should consider ourselves lucky, right? Yes, I suppose so. Where to go by Dr. Nutley or just Nutley? Ah, well, I still think of Nutley as my father's name, mainly. See, perhaps you prefer Arthur then. Arthur is also my father's name. How unfortunate. For now, I'll stick with Doctor. Is that okay? Of course. Well, I guess I could have done that last. I didn't even think of that. I had spare people. Could have just assigned them just for the spare research. Did not even cross my mind. Furnace. Fish. Let's malnutrition. Okay. Throwing that in the furnace cures a person of freezing? Nice. I don't know if I can afford to give up the food, though. So we have plenty of these, though. Cure scurvy real quick. Scurvy. Yeah, I think it'll be alright. It will make it work. Ish. Josh, Runt, Tucker, Runsta are marked down for the hunt for the week. 7 people left. see what giving them a fish does. Plus 2 available dogs. Okay, fair enough. I didn't have that option the other day because this is the first time I've had fish. Okay. That's good to know, I guess. Boss and Dick are marked down for the hunt for the week. Six, 4 people and 1 dog. -25. Stanberry. Do you not be with your master dog? Please do not bother the captain. Apologies, so. No doubt Stanberry smelled the scent of your latest catch on you. Latest catch. The fish was added to the stores, I take it. Stanberry has quite the taste for it. Are you suggesting we feed it to the dogs? If you wish, I assure you they have enough to eat, though. Certain the pack would enjoy that, but we cannot allow them to grow spoiled. Come, Stanberry. Odd creatures. Oh, not a matter we need to settle with you. I don't see the problem here. Tucker was going through his personal belongings on the ship and we found this. Bit of treats, biscuits, confectionaries, quite a lot. Ah, now I was hardly hiding them away. They're just my own private selection. A gift from my grandmother for the expedition baked them herself. I understand you see these as your personal effects, and that was true at a point. But as it stands, food is food. And we need all we can get. You cannot reasonably hoard it for yourself. They're hardly filling, they're just some biscuits. Filling enough. Listen, now's not the time to keep something like that to yourself. You're saying it is not the time to keep something like that. Read, Tucker. Hand in the tin. It will join our rations. Alright. I understand times like these. 1 plus 1 research. We have their meal. They return to their post despite the time it's still bright light outside. Reading, Mr. Templeton? Yes, though it's difficult to find light. Do those your age still read, or has intellectualism passed us by? Well, I haven't read chilling horror like yourself. Is that a collection, Mr. Templeton? It is a good read, nonetheless. Let's retire for the evening. I'll see you for the morning's requests. I'm gonna call it a night. See you for breakfast. What's that? One of the doctor's books. Since when could you read? It's got pictures now. You're interested in medicine, are you? A little. Better work than this, anyway. Can't tend to the furnace if I'm yabbing to ye. Night. Evening, Captain. What was the song that found itself stuck in my head earlier? Songs. The dogs were pleased when I began humming it. I fear I may have to make it a habit. Music reminds me of home. I take it to be the same for you. There is no home to be reminded of. I prefer to keep moving. Perhaps the ability to do so is what I miss. Yeah, that's everybody. We have one malnourished and well, 2 malnourished and 1 freezing. I think I'm okay with that though. Buffy Runt Tucker and Dawes returned from hunting with 5 emperor penguins. Mr. Moss and Dick returned from hunting with 3 elephant seals. The dogs were rested and available to be sent out. Rub became freezing on the sled hunt. Dick became freezing on the sled hunt. Dick was wounded by the elephant seals on the sled hunt. Mr. Zack was cured of their freezing. Cavity was cured of their wounds. Cavity was cured of their freezing. 2 Johns became cured of their freezing. Mr. Gloss is no longer malnourished. 2 John's malnourishment progressed to scurvy. Okay. Team dogs available, -1 crew. Very easy enough to fix. You're the one I'm most worried about. She gnomes Lefty and Tucker are marked down to hunt for the week. Days are getting shorter. And we are moving. It's getting darker, Captain. Crew's been asking about using more oil to fuel the lamps. Told them to piss off, but I figure I should ask you. Lamplight is not an unreasonable request. Oil's for the boiler. More important than making dinner brighter. Also makes it easier to do their work, Mr. Hammond. Oh, well, it's the captain's decision. Oops, I forgot to fill the boilers and stuff before I started this. Give the crew what they want, I won't hear the end of it otherwise. Alright then. Better be able to spare a cabin. Captain Templeton. I won't keep both of you too long. After dinner, we should have a discussion about the future direction of this crew. I suppose we should consider moving camp closer to the direction of rescue. Indeed, as for when that should be, well, we'll talk later. Very well. That. And one of these. Get scurvy. If I had one of these, I should have used. That would have cured the scurvy. No. Research. Mr. Gloss and Miss Gloss are marked down hunt for the week. Okay. Feed the dogs some fish. Get you back. Either scout or if I scout here and then I lose that spot. Doesn't do me a whole lot of good, does it? John's cavity, run style, and grips are marked down to hunt for the week. People left. We have their meal. Return to the post despite the time it's still bright light outside. And Josephine in my flying machine. Apologies, the tune has not left my head in weeks. At the very least, I have found a manner to calm the pack. Make a request to Grimly. I'm sure he could learn the song. Perhaps, but no, I will not intrude upon their nightly entertainment. I'm certain it is not something the crew would much care for. He stares at you before nodding to his sleeping bag. All at night, see for breakfast. Wish to speak with us, Kurt? Indeed I did. Have you noticed anything about the ground beneath our feet? Not about to give way, is it? Not immediately, no. We're looking at the early stages of this ice breaking apart. We don't want to join the dear old temperance. We'll need to be moving out within the week. Is that so? If we start packing for tomorrow, we'll be safe to move on at the beginning of next week. Any longer than that, and we'll be dipping our toes into the water, huh? Well, it is inevitable that we should keep constant movement, even ignoring the changing ice. Our rescue vessel will not be searching for us here. Put word out then, Kurt. We leave in a week. Hello, Captain. Just stay as death. We're moving on. Thank you, Kurt. Have a good evening, Templeton, Captain. Move camp within the coming week. Aye. We wait around here any longer and we'll be swallowed up. Captain Shaw has been cautious. And we are still set to match the arrival of rescue. Alright, let's not waste any more bloody time. The boiler can't last forever. Let's retire for the evening. I'll see you in the morning's requests. Doctor, you seem worse for the wear this evening. Sorry, I've not had much sleep lately. Something disturbing your rest? Just some bad dreams. Shame, shame. Get some rest early, Arthur. I'll inform you if an emergency arises. Oh, thank you, Kurt. You can thank me with a good night's sleep. Wonder how my editor will find my report in its finished state. It was a nightmare getting my plague story published. Only the Daily Appeal was willing to pick it up, and they were hardly the most reputable of papers. Okay. After your award win, I'm sure any other paper would take you on. It's true, but I don't know if I'd accept. The Daily Appeal is far from a perfect newspaper, but they trusted my writings when no other did. Faith like that shouldn't go unrewarded, I think. Evening. Found some old tickets in my luggage to a play I planned to see before we departed. Unfortunately, it was delayed due to several accidents. People were beginning to say that production was cursed. I never believed in curses, but after this expedition, well... Man, a science doctor, try not to give in to baseless superstition. Ooh, he really didn't like that. Oh, of course. I suppose that line of thinking is irrational. Wasn't expecting it to hurt his support that bad. Oof. You. One photographer. Rations. Oh, she knows Lefty and Tucker returned from hunting for fish. Mr. Zack, Mr. Gloss, and Miss Gloss returned from hunting with food research. Two Johns, Cavity, Runsta, and Grips returned from hunting with 5 crab ear seals. Dogs arrested but were sent out. Tasha becomes freezing on the sled hunt. Miss Gloss becomes freezing on the sled hunt. Two Johns becomes freezing on the sled hunt. Hunt was cured of their freezing. Dick was cured of their wounds. Dick was cured of their freezing. Mr. Gloss is no longer malnourished. Okay. 3 people freezing now. Move to next camp. Can't do anything here this day. After a hard morning dragging the boats, the crew comes across deeper snow ahead. Captain, the snow on the ice is getting deeper. We'll need to find a better path before dragging the whole crew through it. I'll be happy to take up the reins. Best we leave that one to your scouts. That to one of your scouts, Mr. Darling. The ice behind us is encroaching. We needn't lag behind a man with a cane. The old limp isn't that bad, Templeton. It's bad enough. Time is of the essence. Very well. Can't go wrong with my team anyway. Any one of them are capable of finding the path in the ice. Captain, if you want to judge the course yourself, you should go ahead with them. Ill-advised. We don't know what lies ahead. Best not take any unnecessary risks. Those are the only 2 I still have full support from. I should probably stick with Templeton, though. Templeton's right. I'll stay back here with the rest of the party. It wasn't a huge hit. Choose a scout to send forward. Elsie, scout ahead and see if you can't find us a safe path to the next flow. Elsie nods to you and Kurt before trudging ahead. I think I hear something. Stop. The textural surface of the flow erupts, revealing a large slimy creature, mouth agape, with files of razor-sharp teeth, expectant. Leopard seal. Activated smaller targets. Probably the shotgun. Pretty sure that's a medium-sized animal. Or we'd use the flares to ward it off as well. Yeah, the hunting shotgun is steady. Oh, I'm doing it. Oh, I might be too far away for shotgun. Get the hunting shotgun as steady as you aim towards the beast barreling towards Quilzy. The beast continues unhindered. Fear mixes with snow, freezing Quilzy in place. See, I'm all the way back here. I'm trying to shoot the thing with a shotgun. Wait for the target to get closer. Animals gaining speed, closing distance. Waiting. At about 10 yards between Quilzy and the beast. Fire. Back the hunting shotgun and the projectile pierces the flesh to the ceiling, but the beast continues to charge in spite of injuries. Quilzy knocking them over in the snow. Reload. He sinks his teeth in the crew member tearing red across the snow. They scream briefly. Reload. Put the second shell shotgun before clasping the barrel tight. Beast drags the crew back into the water from whence it came. Motion ceases, a morbid stillness emanates from where they went under. No, no! Hurt shots do no good. The leopard seal is gone, and is what remained, as is what remained of Quilzy. I was hoping we could at least get some meat from the damn thing. Quilzy. Templeton shakes his head. Tragic, but we cannot be left waiting. The creature may return at any moment. Let us press on, Captain. Unfortunate. Maybe I'd have been better off with the 6-shot. Captain Shaw, personal log. New camp has been erected on the ice floe. The prospect of land is still far off from here. The Temperance went under, finally consumed by the ice. He would be missed. The old vessel had become a home for the crew. Even when trapped in the ice, it served as a constant presence. A monument of the world we traveled from, a world that was left behind. To see it go weighed heavily upon the crew. The leopard seal attack. We were ambushed by a leopard seal whilst moving camp. Quilzy was killed in the attack, ripped apart by the creature. I bear this burden, their death lays on my shoulders. With more preparedness, with more action in the moment, this tragedy could have been prevented. The crew did all they were able. The fault here lies with the captain alone. Captain Hunt. Tracks were found in the snow, a frozen coat. Proof that if nothing else, Hunt and his group were able to survive beyond the boiler incident aboard the Temperance. Whispers abound among the crew. The initial announcement of Rufus Hunt's demise has been called into question. To commend Hunt, he is much hardier than first believed. Rufus Hunt further proves himself to be a man of many surprises. To have made it as far as he had, and almost fills the crew with hope in regards to their own chances. If Hunt and his band of deserters are able to carry on against the elements, then that should be the truth for the rest of the crew in turn. The summer. Following estimates, it appears that summer has arrived on the ice, a prime occasion for hunting, and a comparable respite from the truly freezing temperatures, the worst of which are yet to come. With the arrival of summer comes the promise of winter. Let's not lose sight of what lies ahead. We must prepare for winter. Long night. Winter will prove the greatest challenge to the crew. The crew must be ready, lest they be torn apart by unlivable temperatures and a lack of food and the harsh, cutting blizzards yet to come. North the 3rd. Quilzy, you are my dearest friend. It pains me to never be able to say that to your face. I don't know what we would do without him, Captain. Quilzy always had the best sense out of all of us. Hard to believe he's truly gone. Captain, I can't believe that Quilzy's gone. That man has worked with me for so many years. He spoke at my wedding. I need time to think, Captain. That beast was quite the specimen. A terrible shame what happened. A wonderful encounter, another of its kind. Captain, yesterday. Not easy to think about it, is it? Couldn't sleep. Is there another leopard seal out there? The dogs have been on edge since that creature attack. They prefer to be the hunters on the ice. Let us hope we never see a repeat of this situation. Gain 3 food with 8 of your spice crates. Guess I grabbed the wrong weapon, huh? It was a large. Thought it was a medium for some reason. We're close to the island we're looking for now. Down one scout, though. Out for that. Vigilance, runt, gnomes, and left hand marked down to hunt for the week. Captain, may be difficult to compose thoughts at the moment, but I think at best we try to put that grisly business behind us. This territory of ice we find ourselves on, it would seem we have our pick of the litter. This ice is teeming with life. Life that has never encountered our like in the past. We'll be able to hunt to our heart's content. Not afford to get too comfortable on the ice. Indeed. We'll not be able to stay here forever. It has been rather quiet since the incident. My team were able to chart out the coming dangers regardless. This ice is not stable. But simply, we have the dead ice encroaching behind us, and the risk of a pressure ridge bubbling up and forming ahead of us. We cannot stay for too long lest we find ourselves trapped here. Still, that is a worry for another time. For now, our main concern is the crew. They are shaken from the attack. Of course. But that is not what I meant. Your time as captain of this expedition has surpassed that of Captain Hunt. But that is not the case in the eyes of all. Sailor loyalty runs deep in their veins. Take the Stoke brothers, for instance. They voted against you. They still speak of Hunt as the captain and refuse that moniker on you. Every song that Elder One plays on his accordion, their traditional songs of the sea folk, his loyalty to Hunt is as clear as day. I would be careful around those two. All that is needed is one insubordinate with enough pull to lead the crew astray. Duly noted, Templeton. I will be careful. I'm simply stating what we should look out for. Regardless, you have some requests to deal with. They're waiting outside. Captain Shaw, this area is teeming with life. Naive life at that. These creatures have never seen humans before. They do not even know to run. Some will even approach out of curiosity. In my opinion, we should be engaging in hunts as often as possible while we can. Agreed. Thank you, Cordell. Captain, I have this bottle of wine in my personal stores. My wife and I plan to enjoy it on our trip home, but it seems that much further out than we first believed. So we thought, why not share it with the crew? Bring in the new camp proper. Excellent idea, thank you. Agreed, a little drink will help raise the spirits. Pardon the pun. You just waking now? Couldn't sleep. Scared of another seal attack, eh? Well, at least you're honest about it. I'm the photographer. +1 research. We're having a meal. Dinner shared and stories are traded. A bit shaken, Chief. Heard about another attack from some beastie? Aye, more worried about one of them getting onto this boiler. If it's wrecked, we're done for. Think we should have an overnight watch then? I'll handle that. Of course you will. Timmy, don't be wandering off. I'm fine, dawg. Stick close to me. Don't know what's out there, but I'm fine. That was definitely Joe's coat we found, wasn't it? You think they're all still out there? I wouldn't be surprised. Hunt's tough for an old man. We don't know how long that jacket was there. Don't get your hopes up. Captain, tell them not to get carried away. We survived this long. Why couldn't they? Ooh, even Captain Shaw thinks so. Don't encourage them. Oh, that jacket means something. Good mean Joe froze to death. Well, don't you have a sunny disposition? I'm being realistic. I overheard some crew talking about how they missed proper food back on land. Ungrateful bastard. Could have smacked them. Can't blame them though. We've been out here quite a while. Their complaints are ridiculous. There's nothing wrong with your food. I know that. As do they, I bet. Still, they miss something, that's fair. For me, it's the sea I miss. Evening. That rescue ship better be coming. Don't trust the benefactor to follow through. Haven't you worked with them before? Aye, and they paid me well, when all goes right. They've always been the type to weigh their purse before anything. Captain, you needn't call me here so frequently. You receive your updates each day. You should focus on the crew, or on your own rest. This is my rest time with my acquaintance, Mr. Templeton. Flattering. I do not deny that we are partners in this endeavor. I suppose the act of survival goes beyond a simple professional relationship. Shaw? Heard the photographer call my songs poetry earlier. Never thought about being a poet. Can't even write. Writing is a requirement. Poetry is oral too. They might as well sing at that point. Are poets just lazy musicians? Lost in thought? Our encounter with the wildlife has left me rather perturbed. We can only be thankful it didn't cause more bloodshed than it did. Indeed. Have you attended the theater, Captain? It is a luxury I have not indulged in quite some time. A good 10 years at least. Seen a few plays in my time, yes. That is good to know. Perhaps we can trade experiences at some point. Enjoying the craft of the theater. It is quite the escape, Captain. A shame that it is a luxury we cannot carry with us on the ice. Doctor, how are you holding up? I saw you had a bout of sickness after the recent unpleasantness. Oh, well, it was frightening, but I actually planned on checking in on you. Me? Whatever for? Well, considering what happened. Put that out of your mind, Doctor. We all know the risks in this life. Yes, but you needn't worry about me. You approach and you notice Kasha following close behind you, a few steps back with some hesitation. Kurt's eyes catch you. She calls the both of you over. Ah, Captain Shaw. I was just helping our good doctor. Our first trip out onto the ice left him shaken, and I'm setting to calm his spirits. Hmm. But she's following behind me. Kurt, you haven't spoken to Kasha before. She's quite the fan. There's no need to say that, Captain. Fan sounds childish. I've simply followed your career for a long time. Is that so? Well, I suppose you're a bit let down then. What? Earlier wasn't exactly what you'd expect to see from Kurt Darling, is it? Well, it's alright. We all make mistakes, though not all mistakes are equal. Cozy, a good man. He, spoke at my last wedding. It isn't right. Not to blame, well. Yeah, I'll just tell him get some rest. Get some rest, Kurt. You need it. No, I wouldn't think of it. If I lose focus, we could be ambushed again. It's okay. You need time to collect yourself. No, I'm perfectly fine. Can't. But that's the last I'll hear of it. Well, back to work. Kurt slowly marches away. That poor man. Evening, Shaw. We've been here quite a while, haven't we? Longest I've been on the ice, no doubt. Put on a brave face for the young ones. Oh, that's the plan. Can't imagine what's running through their head. Not even I'm prepared for this lengthy a stay. It must weigh heavy on them. I'm worried we're gonna run into the captain soon, and then we'll have to figure out how to maintain control. I call it a night. See you for breakfast. Only having 2 scouts now is going to be a small problem. I think I've already sent somebody here, right? Captain, the sailor folk among the crew seem resistant to my report. Saltburn people are rather private about their culture, especially when someone like myself is asking. I'm wondering, is my report invasive? Am I taking advantage? Perhaps an outsider's view is best, Captain. What do you think? I want an objective story, nothing more. If the sailors take issue, they'll speak up. Part of me hopes that they will. And then I'd know where I stand with them. As it stands, it's hard to tell what they think. Evening. I've been thinking all day about my mother, my father, my sister. It never quite struck me, but there's a chance I'll never see them again, isn't there? Sorry, I shouldn't bring up such things. I'm not sure what to say to him here. You know, it's okay to be worried. Consider it motivation. Motivation? Right, I understand. Thank you, Captain. Maybe that helps. Close to getting her on my side. He's good now. I think I talked to everybody, but I wouldn't swear to it. Alright. You have to burn high fuel now, huh? I think we'll be alright on regular. Mr. Zach, Mr. Floss, Miss Floss returned from hunting with 3 research, 2 yawns, rotten gnomes, and Lefty returned from hunting with 5 Adelaide penguins. Dogs arrested and available to be sent out. Mr. Zach becomes freezing on the sled hunt. Mr. Gloss becomes freezing on the sled hunt. Gnomes becomes freezing. Lefty becomes freezing. Oh, she has cured of their freezing. Mr. Zach no longer nourished. Mr. Gloss's freezing has progressed to frostbite. Runt is now freezing. Okay. That's a lot of people freezing now. You approach Hammond at the boiler. Morning. Starting to miss that ship. I've got spare time on my hands now. First time for anything. We can find something to do. Hi. Spare time's a poison. You want to avoid it when you can. First. Might do that this week. People, alright. Ashley and 2 drones are marked down to hunt for the week. Three. There's gonna be a 4th. Target cavity, run style, and grips are marked down to hunt for the week. Not accusing you of anything. Why do you keep launching questions at me? I told you on the ship, the engineering was impeccable. Then why did we sink, Hammond? Why am I down crew and sentenced to the ice? I have more important things to be getting on with, Templeton. I just need to know what happened to the Temperance. You must have miscalculated. They stop and turn to you. Captain, good of you to join us. Templeton was just interrogating me. Not an interrogation. We all have questions here, Mr. Hammond. Must have questions of your own, Hammond. Aye, too right, I bloody do. Should I not even know who the benefactor is? Templeton looks between the two of you and considers for the moment. The scientist scans the room before moving to pick up a food tin from the corner. He lifts the tin and throws it towards you. Inspect the tin. Captain Tinning Company. 10 fresh peaches. Consumed within 3 days of opening. Are you serious? That's who's paying for this. You might die in the middle of fucking nowhere for a tinned food company, Shaw? They have additional investments. Fairly sure we used to ship these in the merchant navy. It's no matter anyway. The money is good. This changes nothing about the mission. I don't know how much he's gonna be unhappy when I say that. Mission to store survival, not money. Of course, but I'm certain you would appreciate handsome pay as a reward for said survival. 2 men observe each other. We all in agreement, Captain? Aye, for now. Hammond exits. Shaw? I did a stock on our current food after leaving Temperance Camp. We're burning through our food stores at a fair rate. Luckily, game is in abundance here. It should not be difficult to stockpile further food stores. For the time being, yes. But winter is approaching fast, and with it, the game will start to dry up. We need to make the most of our time here if we're going to survive the winter. What is your estimate, Mr. Stoke? Hard to say, but we'll need enough to last us 12 weeks. 12 weeks? And that's a bare minimum, assuming the tightest rations possible during winter. Understood. Thank you, Junior. Captain, we have a great opportunity to increase your food stores by a considerable degree. But we must consider the encroaching winter. If we do not have enough to last the winter, survival is just not possible. Alright, Captain. The sunlight won't last forever, you know. No time like the present to play a game of rugby. Game with the crew, that's what you're suggesting? Why not keep the spirits high and the blood pumping? An active crew's a healthy crew. Simple game always did wonders on my old expeditions. Wonderful idea, I'm sure the crew will enjoy it. Hopefully it does just that. Warms them up. Huh. We should keep one person free just in case. What if I damn sure the crew will enjoy it? Oh, it's sure to be a lark. Chances like this don't come up often, Captain. Shaw, notice something. Crew go into these interviews with the photographer all shaken, but they're always feeling better when they come out. It seems speaking with Bellaford helps alleviate some of their stress and trauma. No, I thought you should know. Oh, Captain, we should continue to send any shaken crew her way. No, Captain, pleased to say I have quite the headache this morning. Crew greatly appreciated the wine. It's only a shame that we'll have to wait until we're back on land for more. The grand celebration for our return home is in order. Well, now we concern ourselves with getting home. Best not celebrate early. Of course, of course. Still, a good time to be had. Captain, perhaps you've noticed some discontent among the crew. Sideways glances and the like. Yes, why? May think the Elder's stoked for that. Perhaps you should listen to what he's been playing as of late for the crew. Songs of disrespect, songs of mutiny. He seems intent to sow distrust for you among the crew. He's becoming a problem. I should make peace with the man somehow. I fear you'll have a difficult time, Captain. Stokes seems to have dug in his heels. You'll need to find some way to appease him. Either that or remove his accordion from the equation. I'll have to hear these songs for myself first. Very well, hear them for yourself. Much better when you're not lugging equipment off a ship, don't you think? Hark, and you're one of the young ones. I was throwing my back out every day. Some well-deserved rest coming our way. You think this is the end of our work? You've another thing coming. Join the photographer. We have their meal. Dinner shared and stores are traded. Captain, something occurs to me. I know startlingly little of your life. You have invited me here several times now, and I have given little thought into asking about your own affairs. A staggering lack of etiquette, wouldn't you agree? Was there something you wanted to know? No, not particularly. I was merely remarking on my faux pas. I still have no interest in prying. You're Captain Shaw, that is all I need to know. Oh, you look at me as an old man. Don't mistake me, I know I'm getting up there in the years. But I'm a father, not a grandfather, huh? Perfectly capable, if that's what you're asking. In a way, yes, I suppose that's more pressing than the gray hairs. Alright, Robin, I don't mind being seen as an old man, just as long as I'm not the useless old man. Crewmate just asked me if the dogs could serve as emergency fuel. Don't think they were serious, but I had a bloody good laugh imagining the kennel master's face if he suggested it. Here, you tell Cordell I'll watch. Kasha will work on your obituary. Huh, you're a funny one now, aren't you? Pretty sure it's the captain's job to pass on that message. You should try. Enough time has passed. Our benefactor may have realized that a disaster has occurred. I've known our benefactor for quite some time. Rest assured, they will not give up on this expedition. Let us hope not. Our hopes ride on their rescue ship. We can trust them to send rescue. Responsibility on our end lies on surviving long enough to see it. Notice the sailors are still seated around the campfire listening with rapt attention as Grimly plays on his accordion. As he continues to play, the crew joins in on the song.
Captain has a frozen arse, hard as rock, no thawing soon. Never tells which way is south, hardly tells their arse from mouth. They never had a notion for taking our command. Send us to the hells for biscuits, we eat out of their hands. We eat out of their hands. Captain Hunt could take a ship further than his fingertip. Captain Shaw can't move a pace. What a waste of hauling space. They never had a notion for taking our command. Send us to the hells for biscuits, we eat out of their hands. We eat out of their hands.
May we speak in private? No. I think it would be best if we did. No. Anything you want to say to me, you can say in front of the crew. I will only tell you once, do not play another song like that again. Or what? What will happen? Whatever issues you have with me, we must stay professional, for the sake of the crew at least. Walk up with me, all that thunder, and then you back down? Fine. You're a pretender. I've said it before, and they'll sing it again. Alright, let's calm down. No need coming to blows over this. Crowd disperses as the crew returns to their business. Hear me with your father, lad? I'm grown enough. Thought the same at your age. Aye. Long time ago. Yeah. Consider yourself lucky someone's taking care of you, lad. Captain, I never thought I'd say it. I'm starting to miss being on proper land. Wait, Tucker? Which one's Tucker again? There's more drink back on land. It does have that going for it. A lot of bad memories back on land. Captain, have any children of your own? No, none. Didn't think so. Most of the crew don't know what it's like. Don't piss him off something fierce being the older brother. Even Hunt would poke fun. Don't know why I'm remembering that now, though. Feeling nostalgic? I suppose so. Simpler times, that. Good to have some music with your dinner, is it not? I suppose we should take what is given to us. I intended to bring a phonograph. But there was no space among my equipment. A shame. But I quite enjoy what we have now. I had a musician on his crew when I was a small one. Learned how to make and play the accordion from them. Then they just left. Always wondered what happened to them. I suppose you admired them, did you? Admired the music. Knew what I wanted to do right then. Him and her are the only ones that are against me now, I think. Oh, wait, I could probably go in there and talk to them inside the tent. Too late now, though, I guess. Everybody cured their freezing. Only be cured of malnourishment. Right from hunting with 3 elephant seals. Return fish. Dogs arrested and available to be sent out. 2 Johns become freezing on the sled hunt. Twice it became freezing. 2 Johns was wounded by the elephant seal. Cavity became freezing. One stab became freezing. Basic loss was cured of their frostbite. Loss was cured of their malnutrition. What was cured of their freezing. Lefty's been cured of their freezing. Elms is no longer malnourished. Elms freezing has progressed into frostbite. X freezing has progressed into frostbite. Loss is freezing has progressed into frostbite. Weeks at second camp. Just keep standing there, or give us something to burn. Reason for 2 of them. Yeah, I was hoping the whole thing they did would help them if they're freezing by getting them moving, but apparently that didn't work. I overdid it a bit, didn't I? I should have did one less. This one wandered in my tent this morning. Come along, Pascal. Don't bother the doctor. Did you get any of your stores by any chance? No. He just woke me from my sleeping bag. He was licking my face. Friendly one. No need to be frightened, doctor. I'm not. Of course. You know, Richard, I much prefer a hearty dinner of wild game to what we had before. Never could stomach those tinned rations. Least of all, the peaches. Is that so? I admit, I might be a little biased. Where I'm from, you can get fresh peaches by the bundle, right off the tree. Bite into one of those and it takes me right back to my childhood. Yes, peaches are a native to your home island, as I understand. Apperton didn't quite do the flavor justice when they decided you all should have them. It's all too processed, I say. Well, concessions have to be made in order to encourage further production. Are you sure there is an issue with the flavor, or do you simply prefer to live off the land? You know, it may just be that. I admit, there's a certain satisfaction in gathering your meal yourself. It's how all did it hundreds of years back. It's how we all did it hundreds of years back. Thankfully, those days are long behind us. Anyway, I must attend to the day's requests. Morning, Captain. I'm going to miss the summer when it leaves us. Hammond? Never took you for a summer man, Hammond. I'm not. Winter means colder. Colder means having to waste more fuel on this bloody thing. Not looking forward to that, let me tell you. Do the request tent first, since we've got so much going on with our people right now. Captain Kurt's game of rugby was a rousing success. Everyone was eager to get involved. Even yourself, Doctor? You don't seem the sort. I'm not, but Kurt did drag me into the game. I was tackled fairly hard. Still feeling it, to be honest. I'm not alone. I'm not surprised there was much roughhousing involved. Still, everyone had a great time, despite the multitude of aches and pains. If you'll excuse me, I need to lie down now. Captain, I've been thinking. What is it, young man? Well, I'm not a very good sailor. I'm small, and I'm not very strong. Well, we're sorry to hear that. But I still want to help. There's plenty of sailors, but there's not as many scouts, or scientists, or engineers. Well, those roles require specialized skills. I can learn. Dr. Nutley loaned me his books, and I've been learning to read. I could still help just a little. Well, earning a doctorate is out of the question in this scenario, but training isn't out of the question. If you're diligent, I suppose you can be taught some of the basics, enough to lend a hand at least. That's what I thought. Captain, please? He'll be happy to have another scout on his team. Okay, well, thank you, Captain. We're certainly in need of a new scout after our recent tragedy. Mr. Darling may be past his prime, but I feel he will make for a good teacher. It's a demanding role, though. Let us hope young Ward has the conditioning. Kurt Hammond, I'm telling you, you're jumping the gun here. I'm telling you, you're out of your bloody mind. Gentlemen, what seems to be the issue here? Apologies for bursting in like this, but winter's on its way. We need to hunker down as soon as possible. We want to survive the cold. We'll want the camp to be set up for the winter in 2 weeks. Good idea, Hammond. Well, protection from the elements, I understand, but I know just how long the winter can last. If we haven't stockpiled enough food, we'll starve to death waiting for the weather to clear. Would you suggest a longer hunting period? Much longer, 5 weeks if we can. 5 bloody weeks? When will I have hit by then? Are you mad? We have enough to live off. 2 weeks is all we need. I'm sorry. Have you been on the ice before? You talk like you have. Don't need experience to have common bloody sense, do I? I already know there's a leopard seal in the area, not far from here. You know how long we could feed the crew on that? Oh, is that what this is about? You're after that beast? Man, calm down. There's no need to turn this agreement personal. Captain, your thoughts? I have to think this over. You both make good points. Oh, that hurt them both. Can't settle this, Captain. You have to decide. Can't afford to be hesitant. Enough, both of you. Captain Shaw will think the matter over. Trust the captain's choice. Perhaps 2 weeks from now, circumstances will change. We will see. Now, if you'll both carry on with your work, fine. Okay, I trust you, Captain. Yeah, that hurt. Earlier debate between Mr. Hammond and Mr. Dawling was quite worrying. If our navigator and our engineer are at odds, a divide will form amongst the crew. They're both reasonable, man. It won't come to that. We can only hope. This crew is like the body. Each organ must be working in tandem if we are to survive. So this is as warm as it gets down here? Still cold, isn't it? Think you're cold? Wait till you have old bones like mine. I hope I'm not still stuck here when I'm old. Warm one day, warm one today, relatively speaking. I never understood how we could grow so used to the cold. I can't even handle a proper summer back home these days. An island summer might be just what I need when this is done. Okay. Oh yeah, he's new now. And now nurse is fine for the time being. Hold off on that. Tucky Tucker, Cavity, and Run Style are marked down to hunt for the week. Oh, I have to feed the dogs. Fish. Sloths, Tashi, Grips, and Dick are marked down to hunt for the week. Tree have their meals. Dinner is shared and stories are traded. Stanberry and Pascal were engaged in a fight this morning, a more serious matter than the usual scrap. Put a stop to it, but it is concerning. Those two often get along. Perhaps the pressure's finally getting to them. The ice can do this to people. Dogs are no different. I would hope not, but you may be right. This can affect us all, can it not? I'll have to be more gentle with that pair in the coming weeks. I've been thinking, Shaw, if this expedition is indeed the end of the line for Kurt Darling, I wonder how they will speak of me when I fail to return. What will the newspapers say? They'll herald your return and nothing more. Don't lose faith. Ever the optimist, Captain. Suppose I should think the same, for the crew's sake at least. Funny, isn't it? No matter what you do in life, you never get to see your own legacy. Captain, something worrying occurred to me. Enough time has passed if those back on land will know something went wrong. My parents are optimists, but they've no doubt done their research on expeditions such as this. Statistics are no guarantee, Kasha. Maintain that optimism. Oh, of course. But they're much less easily comforted. Looking at my contract, Captain. After you and Templeton, I'm next in command. They don't bloody die. I don't want that responsibility. Better you than Templeton, I say. Templeton would love it. Let him have the bloody hat. I want nothing to do with it. Notice the sailors are still seated around the campfire listening with rapt attention as Finley plays on his accordion, the same song from last week. More of the crew have since joined in. Templeton's approach is speaking to you in a hushed tone. Captain, do you hear this? This has gone on long enough, don't you
Captain
think?
a frozen arse, hard as rock, no thawing soon. Never tells which way is south, hardly tells their arse from mouth. They never had a notion for taking our command. Send us to the hells for biscuits, we eat out of their hands. We eat out of their hands.
What do you mean? This will continue until you put a stop to it.
Take a ship.
Your leadership is in question. You have to act.
His fingertip. Captain Shaw can't move a pace. What a waste of hauling space. They never had a notion for taking our command. Send us to the hells for biscuits. We eat out of their hands. We eat out of their hands.
It doesn't look like loyalties have shifted. Okay, well, I'll speak to him. Time for simple talk, maybe through, Captain. Wash up grimly. Who eyes you with suspicion? Was it this time? Tell me honestly, what is your issue with me? You want my captain? All there is to it. Not yet, but I'm trying. Junior steps in. Alright, I think we called it a night. Somebody gives a nod and steps away as the crowd begins to disperse. You say you're trying. I'd like to believe you, Shaw. I think Grimley would too. I'll have a talk with Grimley. We'll ease up on the music a little. As long as you keep things steady. We won't let you off the hook for anything. I see the chief got into a bit of a spat with Mr. Darling. Aye. Hammond's brilliant, but he's adamant to make everything harder on himself. Not that Darling is any better. On a ship with Gremlin Hunt. To be honest, that's all I've ever known. Half of my earliest memories are of that. When this is over, not sure what to do. You have a talent. Plenty of ships will take you on as a cook. Do I want another ship? I don't know. All I know is those days with Hunter are over. I know Phil Kerr's been butting heads with the engineer lately. Not surprised, Mr. Hammond has butted heads with just about everyone so far. That Mulman ought to be careful who he speaks to. He's fortunate Kurt is so patient. Let's be fair, Kurt can be stubborn as the rest at times. I do not believe the younger Stokes' words. I doubt this matter is settled, Captain. Far from it. Well, pretty much the rest of the crew on board. You've been out here too long. Miss the sea. I just don't feel right on solid ice. Captain Hunt would tell me to suck it up if he were here. And I'll say it too. Suck it up, Grimly. Aye, Shaw. Yeah, he didn't care for that. Empty tucker cavity and Runstar returned from hunting with 5 emperor penguins. And Squash Tosh at Grips. Dick returned from hunting with 5 emperor penguins. The dogs arrested and available to be sent out. Kevin becomes freezing on the sled hunt. Tucker became freezing. Dick became freezing. Grip became freezing. Cured of malnourishment. Cured of their mouth frostbite. True Johns was cured of their wounds. Josh has been cured of their freezing. Dick is no longer malnourished. Succumbed to their frostbite. Freezing has progressed to frostbite. Succumbed to the frostbite. Third malnourishment has progressed to scurvy. Flick's malnourishment has progressed to scurvy. Oops. Let a couple of them die, didn't we? We lose. I lost a scientist and one of the sailors. No, all the bloody headache you caused me. It's not right that I'm here. I should have gone first. It's just not right. Gnomes was a pain in the neck most of the time. Never cared for practical jokes. So we butted heads. But Gnomes was one of my sailors. Still be missed. Part of me hopes this is just one of their jokes. I'll take that one happily. Mr. Zack was a more than capable physicist. His knowledge was a great boon to our benefactor. He may not have endeared himself well to the salt born among the crew, but his absence will no doubt be felt. He was quite fearful of this expedition. It saddened me that his fear was confirmed. Kirby we don't have to worry about. It's the frostbite I'm worried about. Whoop. Uh... Actually, didn't mean to confirm that. I was gonna check some other things first. Do I seem afraid of the sled dogs, that is? Oh, are you? No. Have you ever owned a pet dog as a pet? No, my family does own several cats. Huh. I'd be more afraid of those clawed beasties before I fear a little pup. I suppose you're right. That Kurt doesn't know what he's on about. Lost in his own little world he is. Must think it's still 30 years ago. The man begged and pleaded to even be here, just to feel important. Food with this 8 of your spice crates. Now I can get rid of two of these for scurvy. Listen, small group of emperor penguins have waddled near the camp. Notice Mr. Gloss and Miss Gloss studying them closely. Look, dear. Tenodites. How extraordinary. Astounding. This must be the first sighting of their rookery. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I was like, they didn't give me any direction here. Okay. Okay. Emperor Penguin waddles into the tent. Tilda looks to you confused. Captain? Watches you carefully. Captain, that Hammond has quite the temper on him. He's one to dig his heels in at any opportunity. We have enough time before winter. We should focus on hunting. You've been thinking it over, so I feel I should state my case one more time. We know what lies out there. Do you think we should pass up the chance to hunt leopard seals? We'll need that much meat for the winter. Yeah, well, I'll take your suggestion under consideration. Kurt puffs his chest out as a smile forms on his face. I knew you'd see sense, Captain. Sooner or later. Captain, we need to talk about last week. I'm telling you, it won't last if we don't hunker down for winter starting next week. I'll consider it, Hammond. Good. I'm gonna listen to that washed-up old fool. Captain, a truly urgent request. Well, perhaps not urgent, but well, when inspiration strikes. Collect yourself, Mr. Gloss. Right, well, this is a perfect opportunity to write up a proper study on the birds of this region. I asked that some of the science team be allowed this week to write up our findings. That may risk us losing the opportunity to harvest as many of them for resources as possible. No issue there, go ahead. Oh, they're already... never mind. I already set them to task. Sorry, we need you for other tasks. Oh, and I suppose it will have to wait. A shame. Opportunity like this only knocks once. Anyone waddles into the tent. Jumps in and looks unamused. Ridiculous. Watches you carefully. Pick the penguin waddles into the tent. Jim looks at the bird begrudgingly. Phew. Watches you carefully. That is a lot of penguins. Have a baby penguin sneeze. It's still sneezing. Hear a long penguin call. Stanberry. They're just curious of our presence here. Notice a penguin has made its way into the medical tent. No, you stay out of there. Ah, a new patient. This one's more ornery than the rest of the crew. Picking up my medical bag, I'm sorry. But you can't have what's in there. Did you just apologize to the bird? Well, I don't know how you remove a penguin from your premises. Having trouble, Doctor? Oh, Captain. I could use a little assistance. Seems we have something of an unwelcome guest at our camp. Medical bag high, you're taller than a penguin in case you forgot. What if it bites me in retaliation? It won't. Okay. This shouldn't be an issue. Ollie gently grabs the bird by the side. The squawking of the penguin ceases as he gingerly leads it out of the tent flapping. There, done. Good, now you can handle the rest in camp. What? Oh, you're joking, of course. Oh, excuse me. I'm going to grab as many shots of the colony as I can before they're gone. If our tent has another vicious bag-pecking intruder, let me know. Just checking. Six people. I have 7. Entire remaining crew set to slaughter the colony. 5 emperor penguins demoralized. They were bickering again over dinner. Kevin and Kurt, both of them were talking shite. Someone should talk to them. I know when a punch-up is brewing. Oh, eyeing up my dinner, are you? Ain't getting a sniff of this. Get running back to your master. Alright, just a bite. It's a bit tense these days, isn't it? I'm not surprised. Time's catching up with us, right? Can't take another week looking out at nothing but the ice. Nice dogs. Can I have work to do, child? What are their names? The one you're petting? That's Maxwell. That's a person's name, isn't it? Are they all that boring? No. You're demoralized. Maybe we fix the other one the next day with the photographer. Kurt and Mr. Hammond are still at odds, I see. The engineer and the navigator butting heads. That's not a good sign, is it? They're smart men, Doctor. I'm sure they'll reach a peaceful agreement in time. I would hope so. There's no need to worry, this will pass. Captain, I was playing with Cordell's dogs earlier. I think when I return home, I'm going to get myself a pet. Not a dog, though. Maybe an exotic bird, like a parrot. There's that optimism. Good to hear. Better than worry about what I can't control, right? I can only speculate on what's happening thousands of kilometers away. Speculation does me no good. Captain, I realized something. Enough time has passed now. My family, they'll know something went wrong. My father must be mortified. My mother, I can't imagine how worried she must be. It's reasonable to be homesick, Arthur. Try to stay strong, though. Yes, I will. But I admit, it turns my stomach to think about. Oh wow, we made a pile of them. All we have left is an engineer. Alright, yeah, we'll send him for interview. Helps to qualm a little bit. I think just freezing will be cured. I think I'm okay with that. That was cured of their freezing. One style was cured of their frostbite. Cavity's no longer malnourished. Fixed freezing is progression to frostbite. Squash is demoralized, -5 decorum. Flusher's now freezing. Alright. I think I'll end it here for today. If you're still watching, thank you for doing so. This has been Emyris, Masnokinza, Monoclonius, playing Hell Beyond. Don't forget to like, subscribe, or follow if you enjoy my content and want to see more of it. Thank you for watching, and goodbye. Everyone came around here, everyone else got sick, and watched the clock ticking slowly. Everyone knew the ending, opened a bag of tricks, and stumbled over their own. They blew minds away, sorta crippling, just like thunder. And it's gone today. Far too happy that it's on. Well, it's the end of the world. 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 Well, it's far away. hurricane, twisting slowly. Now it's gone.